Hello and welcome. As usual, I'm Corey Campbell. And Bob Marley, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Always appreciated. Always a pleasure to have you here. It's been, I think, almost exactly a week since I've streamed, which I want to stream more than once a week. I want to get back into my regular routine of at least two kind of like science streams and my fitness streams. I so I technically, went to the gym, to that private fitness studio, earlier this afternoon. But obviously, I didn't stream. I just pretty much worked out alone, just because I felt like, well, I wasn't in the best headspace to work out and stream. And so I just kind of want to like focus on the workout and try to kind of hopefully recenter myself, so to speak. This foot infection, it's really kind of like taking a little bit of a toll. Even though it's like so minor in the grand scheme of things. But the fact that it just like kind of like drags on and on and on, just has sort of worn me down a little bit. I gotta be honest about that. And if you went to the gym, Bob Marley, and that's 5 days in a row, then kudos to you. That's fantastic. That's, on the path to establishing a routine, and maybe a new habit. And also, I would say, don't overdo it. Easier said than done, at least for myself. Breaks are good. Very few people, unless like you're an athlete, has to train every single day, 365 days of the year. But I will also be honest that I don't always follow my own advice. I have been known to train like for months on end, like every single day, with no break. But I try to balance it with like, I'll have a high intensity workout one day and then like, two low to moderate intensity workouts after that. I really try to like pace myself. Keyword try. I have learned my lesson about overtraining a long time ago. But I do have that tendency to overtrain. And yeah, if you feel like you need a break tomorrow, or even the day after, listen to that. I had 2 weeks out of the gym, so I went hard this week, and now my chest sort of hurts. Yeah, and listen to that. That's always a message that I tell to people training, past clients, of like, the old school advice, but like, no pain, no gain. That you just gotta push and power through. And maybe some people can do that, especially like if you're on PEDs or steroids or whatever. You can probably push through that and really go beyond your limits. But if you're not on those things, and you're just, a typical human being, working out, at maximal intensity, every day, weeks on end, not a good strategy. Oh, I'm super sorry to hear that. I'm hoping it's like, I'm tracking some of the data of the BA5 variant, and like some of the graphs that I'm seeing, like it's just unprecedented levels of infection. But it still seems, at least from what I can tell, that it's not way more likely to cause death. The fatality rate still seems to be kind of not out of control, and more on the order of like just a way more infectious version of the Omicron variant. Even though like during the Omicron wave, we were like, oh, this is crazy transmissible. But now the BA5 variant is like crazy transmissible. But I do know that like hospitalizations in certain countries are increasing. And like, yeah, I'm curious to see how it's going to play out, at least in my area. And I think this holds true for many other countries, particularly developed ones, where, it's pretty much now not really reported on very much. No longer really making headlines. There's very few people still wearing masks here. It's only like, maybe about 10% of people, maybe at most 15% of people are like wearing a mask in my area. And like, yeah, pretty much things have mostly gone back to, quote unquote normal. And, there's still large gatherings occurring. Omicron was just a few days ago, just this past weekend. So it's like, we, for many people, if not most people, we've kind of like mentally and psychologically moved on from COVID. But I think it's pretty clear that, COVID is still around. COVID is still infecting people, having an impact on people. Still causing death, unfortunately, sadly. From what I've heard from them, it's a lot of the body aching and a cough. I'm hoping it stays that way and doesn't get too out of hand. But I'm at this point convinced that I'm just immune. My household has had it for like a week and I still don't have it, even though I live here normally. Just keep some distance. And yeah, if you have luck on your side, don't question it. I think I shared it last stream, but I had my 4th dose of the vaccine about 11 days ago. Basically not last Thursday, but the Thursday before. But I also know, at least based off of some of the little data that I've seen, like, the vaccines which were designed for essentially, original COVID, they don't really work all that great for this BA5 or these now new variants. They still seem to protect against severe outcomes, which is great. But you're still at risk of getting the infection. And at the end of the day, like, I don't actually know if I've ever gotten it. I want to say no, but there have certainly been times during the past 2 years that, like, I felt like I had some cold-like symptoms. But I didn't have any access to at-home tests. And like, it didn't Welcome feel. To country. Oh, thank you for the follow. I obviously know who you are, but I never learned how to pronounce your name. But Durianus is what I'm gonna go with. If you want to correct me, by all means, correct me. But thank you so much for the follow. I super appreciate it. And happy to have you here. So yeah, like, I'm reasonably sure I've had COVID before, and I'm hoping that increases my protection a little bit. But if I had better finances, I would actually go and get tested. You can actually test to see if you have antibodies from prior infection and not just from the vaccine. Assuming you've had the mRNA vaccine only, what I understand. Okay, I will try to commit that to memory. It's like, yeah, if you've been infected with COVID, and your body has fought it off, you should have, probably circulating antibodies against not only the spike protein, but also the nucleocapsid and other components of the virus. And so, like, there are now tests that can measure that, as in, do you have antibodies against the nucleocapsid? Or do you only have antibodies against the spike protein? If you only have antibodies against the spike protein circulating in your body, then in all likelihood, you've just been vaccinated. As opposed to, if they test your antibody levels, and you have antibodies against both the spike protein and the nucleocapsid, you can be pretty highly confident that you've been infected with COVID. And yeah, like, if you're not testing well, there's also the fact that, well, I have no doubt that you tested yourself many times when you thought you were infected, right? And so it's probably true that if you were testing consistently negative, that you never got it. But there's that very, like, super small statistical chance that, those take-home rapid tests aren't exactly the most accurate, right? These are not PCR tests. And so it's like, you might have just gotten super unlucky in terms of, like, false negatives. The odds are, like, way stacked against that happening. But it is, like, the most slimmest of possibilities to have, like, 4 or 5 tests in a row come out as false positive. The the odds of that happening is exceedingly low, but still a possibility. So yeah, again, I'm going to attempt to get back to a more regular streaming schedule. You know, I do feel like I'm in a better mental space. The infection doesn't appear to be getting worse. And it does, you know, I don't want to jinx it, but I'm going to say it anyways. It does appear to be getting better slightly on its own, very slowly. I'm doing some kind of, you know, at-home treatments that I've dug up in the research. And it seems like it's working, or at the very least has, like, prevented it from getting worse. And it might just be my own bias or wishful thinking, but I notice improvement. And so I may not actually need an operation to drain the infection. So I'm hoping that turns out to be the case. But still, if I have to get an operation to drain the infection, like, I'll do it. The biggest headache is, like, tracking down a surgeon, and, like, getting the healthcare, all that stuff. I hate dealing with bureaucracy. I've thought that I was infected a lot of times, but I have access to tests. Oh yeah, but yeah, at least 5 during that period. Yeah, the odds of, like, 5 in a row false negatives, yeah, those are basically like, you know, winning the lottery to a certain extent. But, like, you know, the lottery that you don't want to win. But there's a lot of research has come out in the past week, but also in the past few days, and they've been making the rounds, at least in my very small social media circle. Let me just change screens. Are there people that tests don't work for? That's an excellent question. And at one point, I was a sort of expert COVID test. Yeah. So, like, during the earlier days, I guess during the pandemic, as without giving too much away, the biotech startup company that I work for, they were sort of getting into the COVID testing space, because technically speaking, our device could hypothetically be used for quick COVID testing. And so I was part of that development and project. I was in the early stages. And so, you know, I had to become, maybe not an expert, but pretty knowledgeable on COVID testing, which included reading this nice review article here about, at the time, this is January 2021. So, like, pretty much just under a year, or a year into the pandemic to a certain extent. So this is, like, really before, you know, the widespread distribution of rapid at-home tests, antigen tests. But yeah, I had to read this article, had to, you know it pretty thoroughly, and I did. But now it's, like, in the recesses of my brain. But from what I remember, to answer your question, Bob Marley, I don't think that there are any tests where it's, like, as a result of, like, the person, of, like, who they are, their physiology, that the tests don't work. If a test doesn't work, the most likely explanation is, you know, poor user operation. If it's like if it's an at-home test, poor technical operation, as in if it's a PCR test, it needs to be run by a lab that's run by a technician, you know, hopefully a trained scientist. But even trained scientists, you know, we're all human, we make mistakes, and so it's like, it's basically, when tests go wrong, the most likely reason is, you know, user error or technical error. and not the result of something like something that has to do with the biology or the physiology of the person. But that's based off of my sort of degrading understanding of COVID testing. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty highly confident that is the case. Because if there was, I'd say it's more likely that they don't work for me than me having a bunch of colds during COVID, but never getting... Yeah. Well, so, and here is where it's like, are you sure? Even though, like, these rapid at-home tests, they're generally designed to be easy to use, of, like, just, like, spitting on something and waiting. Basically the equivalent of a home pregnancy test, right? Something as simple as, you pee on a stick or whatever, and you wait for some sort of color development. And so, like, if we're giving medical tests to the general population, like, we pretty much have to have them be user-friendly and simple to use. And so it's like, is there a chance that something's gone wrong? As in, like, as a result of you not, like, carrying out the test properly, and therefore it didn't work? That is possible. But I also, I know that you're an intelligent person, and that, a rapid at-home test is not rocket science for you, and that you are fully well qualified to figure that out. And so, in all likelihood, it's probably not user error, because the user was an intelligent, competent person. And so, it may very well have just been that, you got multiple rounds of a cold, and it was never COVID. That's sort of how I feel, but I was never tested. Like, during these past 2 years, like, I felt like I had cold symptoms, but it never got severe. Like, anytime that I felt cold-like symptoms, like, it felt like a cold, and I didn't have access to testing, so I couldn't confirm whether it was an actual cold or COVID. I just stayed home, isolated, and waited it out, and it's just like, whatever, moved on with my life. And so it might just be the case that at some point, again, I got infected with COVID, but I just don't know it. And if the PCRs, and multiple PCRs, because it sounds like, you did more than one at least, if multiple PCR tests came back negative, then it's almost guaranteed that you were negative at those times. Technically, yes. The PCR tests are the gold standard. They're the ones that are the most reliable, the most accurate, the lowest amount of either, false positive or false negative. But they are not, 100% perfect. More like the, 98, 99% perfect. But still, that small chance. But if you had multiple PCRs, and the multiple PCRs said that you were negative, then, you can be very confident that you were negative. But one of the, 7 rapid tests I did during the heaviest cold had the slightest positive line, but that was 1 out of 7, and the PCR after it was negative. Yeah. And that's where, it gets so tricky, right? Because even with the PCR test, which is the gold standard, there's still a window during the infection that, either you test too early, you don't detect it, but you're still technically infected, or you test too late in the infection, as you're getting over it, you'll test negative. And so, there is a window of opportunity, right, of when you can test. And so it's there's so many factors that it's you can virtually never be 100% certain, oh, this test says this, and this is reflecting reality. There's always that slight bit of doubt if you dissect everything. But I would just say, go with the tests, go with what it's telling you, and hopefully you're not losing sleep about it. But it is nice information to know. And actually, I don't know how it is in your area, Bob Marley, and if this is an option for you, but if you actually want to find out with a high degree of confidence, pretty much like close to guaranteed you'll know. There are, as I was speaking about earlier, there are tests available, antibody tests available, blood tests, basically, that you can go and have done. And as based off of the results of the antibody testing of your blood, you would be able to say whether you've had a past infection from COVID. Because like, as opposed to the mRNA vaccines, which only exclusively result in antibodies towards the spike protein, infection, okay, COVID infection results in antibodies against the spike protein, but also antibodies against other components of the virus. For example, the nucleocapsid. So if you go and get your antibody levels done, and it's a type of test that they will tell you the type of antibodies that you have, those tests do exist. It's just a matter of whether you have access to them or not. But those tests do exist. And so if you're able to get that test and you want to have it done, that will give you like a pretty highly conclusive answer as to whether you've had a prior COVID infection. As in, if antibodies against the nucleocapsid are detected in your blood, it's almost virtually guaranteed that you've had a COVID infection. Unless you got like one of the other vaccines that has some sort of nucleocapsid component. But I'm pretty sure, based off what I know about you, Bob Marley, that you've only had the mRNA vaccines. And so, that being the case, if nucleocapsid antibodies are detected in you, then like it's pretty much for sure that you've had a COVID infection. And that's the type of test that I would want to get done. But that is available in my area, but I have to pay for it. I have to pay like a few $100s. And I'm not swimming in money. If anything, I'm swimming in a depleting pool of money from all the expenses of trying to take care of my foot infection. That has caught, like, even though healthcare in Canada, we have a public healthcare system, but still, we have a private sector of the healthcare system. That is what I went through because I couldn't get timely treatment through the public sector. So I've spent at least so far like 1,000 Canadian dollars just attempting to deal with my foot infection, and it's not over. I'm still spending money. I've probably spent like a good like $20 just on like alcohol swabs alone, just to like keep the area clean. Yeah, no, like it is totally expensive because they are, to be fair, like pretty sophisticated tests. They're not the most simple. But like, yeah, if I had, mountains and mountains of expendable income, I would go and get it. But I don't blame anybody for not wanting to waste their money on that. So, what research did I want to cover? So, there was this study. Well, not this study on the screen. This is an article about the study. There was this study published a few days ago that I was saying earlier was kind of like making the rounds, my small social media circle. I saw some Twitter posts of people talking about it. Saw some Twitter posts of people, anything that you think of. One saying, "Ha, I told you so," and one saying, "Oh, this is stupid." And a little bit of in between. There was some nuance. This was published, I think, about a week ago. Yeah, almost exactly a week ago. Published 20th July, 2022. And it's published, so it says molecular psychiatry, okay? But this is, whoops. But this is part of Nature journals. And Nature is, one of the most respected scientific publications. Why does it not let me highlight properly? That's annoying. Forget it. So, there's a lot of good reasons to pretty much make the assumption that this is high quality research, given the fact that, you know, it's published in Nature, it's peer reviewed, obviously, but also at the same time that not everything that Nature publishes in their, you know, dozens and dozens of different journals doesn't mean like they never make mistakes. It doesn't mean that no article is ever retracted, or that, you know, no corrections are ever given. But, you know, this is just like, there's an extra degree of confidence, generally speaking, when research is being published by Nature. Like, oh, this is probably something to pay attention to. And, you know, it might increase its credibility a little bit. And, you know, it was carried out by these series of researchers, so a collaborative effort. And who are these researchers? What are their affiliations, right? I think, at least for me, these are the kind of questions that I asked. Where it's like, so if you go through the authors, you know, you have these little numbers here, these superscripts at the end of their names. And that usually tells you, you know, research, what their affiliations are. So it's listed here at the bottom. And you can see you have a division of psychiatry, University of College London, so UK. It seems like this is largely UK-based research, so more in closer to your hometown, Bob Marley, or your neck of the woods. You have Research and Development Department, Goodmayes Hospital, Northeast London, NHS Foundation. You have Faculty of Education, Health and Human Sciences, the University of Greenwich, London, UK. Psychiatry UK, Cornwall, Department of Dynamic and Clinical Psychology and Health Studies, Faculty of Medicine and Psychology, University of Rome in Rome, Italy. And you have Department of Applied Psychology, Zurich University of Applied Sciences. So yeah, like, you know, a lot of educational and health institutions, people from these educational health institutions involved in this research. If serotonin has nothing to do with depression, my entire high school psychology career was for and that was some of the backlash that I read on, let's say, for example, Twitter. Like someone posted about this study, and then you look in the comments saying, oh, well, just take any intro to psychology course says otherwise. So, you know, go with that. This is clearly wrong. And Thrasher, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Possessing sugar is a felony. Also, non-government sanctioned water is a murderable offense by firing squad. I'm not 100% sure what you mean by that. And I'm not in the US, but I'm pretty suspect of your claim that possessing sugar is a felony. I'm not even sure what the larger point you're trying to make is, if you want to clarify. But either way, welcome, Thrasher. Always happy to have you here. And Big Gull Time. Thank you so much for passing by. It's going pretty well. Actually, so far, it's been a pretty good day. How are you doing? And, Revered Sim. Thank you for passing by. As always, a pleasure. I'm hoping your new job going well. I'm hoping, you know, you're living the dream coffee life, and that, you know, your life is just now consumed by coffee, and coffee that you enjoy. And that I'm hoping that, you know, again, I think you shared it last time, but that, you know, your dream job, it's living up to those expectations, and that this is something that, you know, you can foresee yourself doing long term, and that it hopefully, at the very least, brings you some fulfillment, some satisfaction, and that pays you a decent living wage. That serotonin depression link feels like 50% of the entire curriculum. Yeah, like, you know, I think, well, and they cover this in the paper. They sort of allude to the statistics, I'll get to it, of like, you know, this is a very pervasive kind of like opinion that not only do medical professionals have, but just it has worked its way into the general population. As in, like, you know, if you survey the general population and, you know, you ask them, you know, is depression associated with, like, you know, a chemical imbalance? The vast majority appear to say yes, because, you know, from the top down, from the medical professionals, it just, gets into the general population. And well, yeah, we're just gonna go right through it. My thoughts on the paper is that it appears to be a pretty high quality paper, that they have done their due diligence, and that this doesn't really surprise me. So I'm certainly not an expert on depression. I'm not a mental health expert at all in any capacity, but I'm more familiar with depression from a more biochemical or neuroscience standpoint. I have taken advanced neuroscience classes, and I've always taken very advanced biochemistry classes, and we touch upon a little bit, okay, of neurotransmitters, and serotonin is a neurotransmitter. And as part of some of my advanced neuroscience classes, I have totally done presentations about depression research. Actually, maybe I'll bring some of that up right now. I'm gonna see if I can dig up one of my old presentations. It's a group presentation though. Let's see. It's gonna be very old. Admittedly, I'm a hoarder of like all my past academic stuff. I have saved just about everything. Every test, every assignment. Oh, I think I found it. One second. Aha. Okay, yeah. So this is a group presentation. I did not have 100% control on making this. And I'm also whatever, giving away names, but I mean, they're meaningless names at this point. So yeah, this is like almost 9 years ago. This is during my undergraduate days, towards the end of my undergraduate degree. Covering this paper here about depression. So this was a specifically neuroscience course. And so as part of this neuroscience course, okay, we go through some of the techniques that we use to like study the brain, and obviously, some of the techniques that we use to study the brain, like we will use them to employ, what happens in a depressed patient's brain, or attempting to understand, depression at the level of the brain. Yeah, no, believe me, it doesn't take much to make me feel old. Super about it. I'm working on setting up our supply line network for canned cold brew production. Coffee roaster by I'm heading the American. Wow, sounds like you have quite a lot of responsibility on your plate, which is great. And if you feel like you can, feel like you're passionate about it, which all signs point to you being passionate about it, then fantastic. You should watch the Wick VOD when it goes up today. Talk about how I got back and now I'm dealing with. So I actually did catch a little bit of the conversation between you, Wick, and Genevieve, but obviously I had to go prepare for this stream. But I'll go back and rewatch it. But yeah, I caught just a little bit, bits and pieces of it. And Louis 13, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. When I hear serotonin, I remember Jordan. Oh, no, I don't want to open that can of worms just yet. I don't get triggered by much, but mentioning Jordan Peterson's name, well, you can mention them. Obviously, I'm not actually triggered, but it's more like I'm triggered of like I want to just air down Jordan Peterson and just do like a deep dive, like, oh, this is wrong when he says this is wrong, he's crazy here, Don't listen to him. His books are ridiculous. So this paper here, okay, where like we literally, had to essentially dissect this paper. But this was not in humans. This is actually in mice or rats, whatever, rodents, vermin. And one of the reasons why we employ, you'll see that this technique, okay, that it's a fairly new technique, and one of the reasons why we're employing it, because we don't have the best methods, or at least 10, 15 years ago, we didn't have great methods of studying the brain, and this might be one of the reasons why, okay, this notion that certain mental health conditions are caused by a chemical imbalance, it's I think a large part of it is due to kind of the brain being like a black box, and we don't have good ways of studying it. Up until recently, we still don't have great ways, but we have much better ways of studying the brain than we did 10, 15, and for sure 20 years ago. Like, we are like in early neuroscience research, or even depression research. Like, we are really stretching in some of the experiments that were run, and the conclusions that we made. But we made those conclusions because, like, well, these are the best tools that we have available to us. And given the fact that we can't really measure what we want to measure, like, we just gotta go with what appears to work, or what we think might work. Almost like by the way, all this stuff that appears here at the bottom, I didn't write this. These were my group partners. I never write notes in my presentations. It's all improvised. But like, so this individual here, okay, actually in the field of neuroscience, they're a very big deal, especially when it comes to the technique that I will cover in a bit, which is called optogenetics, which, as you will see, it involves inserting essentially light lasers, into the brains of whatever organism that you're manipulating. In this case, rodents. And there's a reason why they do that. Okay, there's actually a very good reason, because this is a very powerful technique to study the brain. If not currently, maybe one of the most powerful ways that we have available right now to study and understand the brain. Maybe like a runner-up, as far as I know, is like Brainbow, which maybe I'll cover on another stream. And I think most people know some of the hallmark symptoms of depression. Anhedonia, which is basically lack of pleasure in the things that you usually derive pleasure from. Feelings of worthlessness, etc., etc. I think most people know, at some level, the hallmark symptoms of depression. And that, it is a worldwide, global burden of disease. Well, a little bit redundant saying worldwide global, but yeah, like, this affects hundreds of millions of people worldwide. It's only getting worse. It's a major cause of disability. And so there's a very clear interest in, understanding depression, because you can, if we have a good understanding and we can develop good treatments, we can literally improve the lives of hundreds of millions of people. And goes through these antidepressant drugs, and you see them here. These are selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, the classic, fluoxetine, known as Prozac. I missed. I think the paper is common sense. If you think depression is caused by chemical imbalance, what is the explanation for depression become 10 times more common over the past 20 years? Obviously, stronger external factors at play, like how lifestyles have changed, social media, less active lifestyles. This depressed state caused by external factors can be reflected in the chemistry, just the way I see it, but super interested to see what a much more studied person like yourself thinks. So I understand where you're coming from. I believe, big gulp time, of like, we are very much seeing, as you said, over the past 20 years, probably even longer than that, 30, 40 years, just a pretty steady increase in depression and anxiety over time. And, many people, understandably, would come to the conclusion that, well, if a trend is increasing, then like it's hard to conclude that it's driven by a chemical imbalance, right? Like, because it's almost like saying that this chemical imbalance is like infectious, right? Like if it's strictly a chemical imbalance, then presumably, or many people would think that the rates in the population should stay stable over time. But that's a little bit of kind of a false assumption to make. Because as you sort of alluded to, like hypothetically speaking, a chemical imbalance can be induced by external factors. We cannot discount external factors and our external environment. Just because something is happening biologically doesn't mean it's solely driven by biology, or that it's even primarily driven by biology. And so it's like, you got to be careful, and there's nuance there, of like, oh, well, it's chemical imbalance, then why would we ever see rates increase? But I would say, I don't think that logic holds true, because we know that our brains and pretty much our entire bodies are affected by our external environment. And there's a dynamic feedback loop between external environment affects our brain affects external environment, and vice versa. Round and round we go. And so I can totally see how, even if it were a chemical imbalance, that you can still see a steady increase in the population of people being affected by depression. Yes, exactly. This pretty much distills Jordan Peterson down to all that really he's about. Just humans or lobsters. Can depression be a rational feeling if your life is... Yeah. So here is where, again, I'm not a mental health professional or medical professional, but, we want to be careful with terms, right? Because, as depression has become kind of like more and more prevalent in the population, it's also kind of become part of our, regular language. In the past, we would say things like, sad, when trying to convey sadness. And so there's the difference between, depression, feelings of sadness, and clinical depression. Of like, there's certain medical diagnostic criteria that you have to fill or meet in order for you to be diagnosed with clinical depression. Very often, yes, when people say they're depressed, they largely mean, or very often mean, sadness, feelings of sadness, which is distinct and different from clinical depression. Feelings of sadness, temporary, fleeting feelings of sadness, that's part of the human experience. And if anything, in many instances, can be a good thing. Feelings of sadness, crying, etc., they can have positive things. These are, even though we very often view sadness as like a negative emotion, but sadness has its use. We evolve these things, the ability to cry and feel sadness, for a reason. And so, it's just part of the human experience that has its place. As opposed to like clinical depression, that appears to be something distinct. And that, again, there's diagnostic criteria associated with that. And that pretty much requires some sort of like medical intervention or mental health professional intervention. Basically, it requires some sort of treatment by a professional. And so, like, if you mean can't sadness be a rational feeling, then yes, absolutely. If you lose a loved one and you feel sad or, quote unquote depressed, that is totally a rational feeling. And that is something that, you have to process through. And hopefully you receive support for it. And that's distinct from clinical depression. Critique on Jordan would be good. There's a lot of unfounded BS. Yeah, so I'm in the process, okay? I've done streams in the past devoted to Jordan Peterson. But obviously, they were done on Twitch. And since they were done on Twitch, the VODs are lost to the void. But now that I'm dual streaming on both Twitch and YouTube, I am looking to revisit in a more methodical way, do an entire stream devoted to, basically, hopefully fully debunking all the BS that Jordan spreads, and all his ridiculous claims. And that'll probably be in the next couple weeks. And, that VOD will hopefully live forever on YouTube. I can just, refer people to that. Yeah, 1 in 5 people you know. Well, and I think that's something to keep in mind of, not only does clinical depression affect the person who's experiencing it, but it understandably has an effect on the people around you, the people that care about you. Just like, anybody with a chronic illness, I think, knows this. Of, yes, not only does the chronic illness patient, they are affected by the disease, but it also takes a toll on the people around them. We are not living, virtually no one is living in a vacuum, or alone on a deserted island. And yes, I would say virtually all diseases and conditions, affect the people around you, affect the people that care about you. So I go through, we go through why use optogenetics. Again, I didn't prepare all this crap down here. I don't write these kind of notes. Okay, so why use this technique? Okay, it's because it allows, it allows for the selective kind of excitation of certain brain regions. Basically, in a very targeted way, we can say, oh, we want to stimulate, this specific portion of the brain and see its effects. As opposed to just bombarding your entire brain with, electrical impulses. It's really like this targeted approach. In the olden days, when we wanted to stimulate the brain, it was like this cluster bomb approach. As opposed to today with this type of technique, it really is a laser focused targeted missile strike. And well, I'll go through why I use this, blah blah blah. But what really is the most exciting, so here you're going to get, if you don't know already, maybe some of you do, but you'll get a look into how we study depression in non-human animals, right? Because, in humans that are able to speak, well, generally speaking, able to speak, communicate their feelings, provide feedback that is, comprehensible. But how do you study depression in a mouse, right? They're not going to tell you that they're depressed and that they've been depressed for the past 6 months. And that they no longer enjoy the things that they used to enjoy. That, the video games that they used to play don't bring them the joy that they used to. Oh, and Bako, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. No one is living in a vacuum. Well, I would say don't use that vacuum. If that mold is black, please don't use that vacuum. Discard it. For the sake of your health and well-being. And so one of the ways that I'm totally racially profiling mold, black mold, toss it out, discard it. The subhuman black mold, I have no problem making that claim. So one of the ways that we kind of study the symptoms of depression in mice are with kind of bizarre tests, or I view them as bizarre tests. One of them here is called the forced swim test and the tail suspension test. This is assessing motivation, right? Because generally speaking, depressed patients, they don't really have motivation to do anything, or very often they struggle with generating the motivation to do anything, or the things that they used to do, even just the motivation to get out of bed. Or go and take a shower, right? And tests like this, for mice, it's essentially our way of assessing the motivation of a mouse. What we do in the forced swim test is like we literally, as the term implies, we force them to swim. Obviously if they're drowned, we don't let them drown. But we see how much they swim when put in water. Whereas like a healthy functioning mouse, okay, you put them in a body of water, they want to get out. And so they'll start swimming around, looking for a way out of the water. A depressed mouse, you put them in a body of water, they just kind of like float there. And they're like, yeah, whatever. I don't care enough to kind of improve my circumstances. That's how we assess motivation, in one of the ways that we assess motivation in mice. And similarly, in the same way, we have the tail suspension test to assess motivation, where if you just like, you hold the mouse by its tail, they will try and struggle and break free. Well, at least your typical healthy functioning mouse will struggle to try and break free when, suspended by their tail. As opposed to a depressed mouse, kind of just like hangs there and it's like, whatever, I don't care enough. I've just kind of stopped caring and no struggle whatsoever. And then yes, when we want to assess anhedonia, the amount of kind of pleasure that they get from, your typical pleasure-seeking behavior, we use the sucrose preference test. And that's basically, how much are they consuming a sugary drink? Your healthy functioning mouse, it's going to consume, sucrose over water. And it's going to, drink and drink. So it's more or less satisfied. As opposed to a depressed mouse, they basically kind of act in the opposite. Like they don't seem to have this strong preference of like, a sugary drink over regular water. To them, it's like almost like indiscernible. Like, well, I don't really care enough. This sugary drink doesn't taste good enough to me for me to favor it over water or whatever. Whoops, I went too far. And then another way that we kind of assess depression in mice is we subject them to the open field test, which is pretty simple. Your typical healthy, non-depressed mouse, when put in kind of like a, literally as the term implies, open field, kind of like a grassy open area, they will explore. They're naturally curious. So they just want to go look around, smell things, blah, 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 look around. That's what your typical healthy, non-depressed mouse will do. As opposed to your depressed mouse, you put them in the open field test, they don't really explore. They just kind of sit there. It's like, yeah, whatever. I'm not curious enough or motivated enough to go and explore and maybe, find some cool things. And if you look in the data, like they're literally tracking like how much these mice travel in the open field test. Of like, the non-depressed mouse, it's like it traveled like meters and meters, and then like the depressed mouse pretty much traveled nowhere, or like half or a quarter of the distance as the other non-depressed mouse. So it's tests like these that we attempt to use to kind of assess depression in non-human animals, or specifically mice and rodents. Where it's like, yeah, you kind of reiterate, and this is filmed, where it's like with recordings, like we assess, like how much are they struggling when we suspend them by their tail. The more they struggle, the less depressed they are. And this mouse just hanging there, that's the depressed mouse. It doesn't care enough to struggle when it's held upside down by its tail. And so, yes, that's exactly right. So let's see if... Yeah, okay. So what this study is trying to do, going back to the title of this article, dopamine neurons modulate neural encoding and expression of depression-related behavior. So basically, what we're trying to do is by inserting these kind of like laser electrodes into the mouse's brain in specific regions in the mouse's brain, we are trying to see, okay, if we stimulate these specific regions, do some of these symptoms disappear, okay? As in, can we turn a depressed mouse into a non-depressed mouse if we just stimulate certain regions of their brain? That's what these types of things are doing. So you'll see, and it's literally with light, okay? That's why it's pretty much as depicted here. Off, there's no stimulation, and they use the term off because the light is off, and then it's on, and it's off, then it's on. And this is like, and you know, they record the open field test, where they're like seeing, okay, with the light off, okay, is this mouse exploring or not? And then with it on, does the rate of their exploration change? Does it go down? Does it go up? And then they repeat that pattern. Kind of like see, okay, is this brain region here, is this one associated with, you know, kind of like the exploration in an open field test? Kind of like the curiosity behavior. And same thing here, except instead of the open field test, it's the sucrose preference test, where we're looking at, you know, anhedonia, the ability to, well, you're lacking the ability to derive pleasure from the things you typically derive pleasure from. And, you know, so in this cartoon image, let's see if I can do too much zoom. I don't need that. So in this cartoon depicted mouse, you can see that like inserted into the top of its head is like a wire. It's an electrode. It is basically a laser electrode, and that laser electrode literally goes into their brain, and it is targeted towards a specific region in their brain that they think, that they're hoping has a role to play in this type of behavior, okay? Of like the sucrose preference test and anhedonia. Like they literally have to, you know, do a little bit of, you know, an operation on these mice, get the electrode into the brain area that they want. And so this is their control, okay? And this is their, this is their experimental. And you can see here, the control, their brain should not respond to the shining of the light, okay? As opposed to the orange line, so it's from this graph here, there certain cells in the brain have been genetically modified such that it should be able to respond to the light when the light is on, okay? And so you can see what they're doing here is, you know, for half an hour, the light is off, okay? And then for another half an hour, the light is on. And then it shuts back off. And so in the control mouse, you know, you can kind of see that there's not much of a difference. At least it's not statistically significant. As in whether the light is on or off, okay? It is still preferring sucrose around, you know, 80% of the time. As opposed to in the orange line, so this is a mouse, okay, where a part of their brain, a certain region of the brain has been genetically modified such that it will respond to the shining of the light into the brain. And so you can see, if you're tracking the orange line, you know, the light is off, it's pretty much in the starting at the same range as the gray line, the control mouse. But then as soon as they turn on the light, okay, their preference for sucrose goes down. As in, it started at around, you know, 75, 80%. And then once the light goes on, okay, and that brain region is being stimulated, like their sucrose preference is going down to like, you know, 50, 45%. And then they turn the light back off, okay? And then it goes back, not fully back to how it was originally, but you can see that there's this slight increase, okay? And so what they are getting from this type of experiment is like, oh, when we stimulate this brain region, okay, their sucrose preference for this mouse goes down. And so that, and since the sucrose preference test, okay, is what they're using to measure anhedonia related behaviors, then they're able to, you know, pretty confidently conclude that this brain region that they're stimulating, it is responsible, or at least plays a part in the anhedonia symptoms of depressed mice. And we might be able to say the same thing about humans, but that's a little bit more of a stretch. But that's kind of like the hope of research like this. Of like, oh, we figured out that in this brain region in mice, looks like it plays a role, a substantial role in anhedonia, in depression. And so if we presumably have the same brain region as a human, and very many brain regions in mice and humans overlap, and so we might be able to say like, oh, it might be what is going on at a human level. So yeah, and it's targeted to like specific neurons. Like they're saying like in this brain region here, these specific dopamine neurons, it seems like it's reducing the mouse's preference for sucrose. Okay. And so I'm not gonna go through the rest, even though it is quite interesting, but it'll take a while to go through everything because it is actually quite a complicated paper. It's a very cool paper, and maybe I would cover an entire, I'll devote an entire stream just for that paper alone and optogenetics, because optogenetics is super cool, and all the neuroscience research that's coming out of it. But all that to sort of get the message across is that, you know, in that study itself, they were just stimulating brain regions, okay, and they were having this effect on depression. Okay? They weren't modifying the chemicals of these mice. You know, they weren't giving them drugs. They were really just stimulating a certain area of the brain, and electrically stimulating. Literally, just kind of like pressing the on switch in certain neurons, and you're seeing these effects on the symptoms that these mice are experiencing. Like, it seems like in that specific case alone of the sucrose preference test, the stimulation of those particular neurons, that brain region, affected whether they preferred sucrose or not, and thus affected their level of anhedonia. And so, you know, research like this, where it's calling into question whether serotonin or a chemical imbalance plays a role in depression, doesn't surprise me. Just because, you know, when of the neuroscience research that I've looked at, which is quite a bit, and neuroscience research related to depression, they don't actually really, at least of the studies that I see, they don't really place much emphasis on like depression or understanding it from a serotonin level, of like, oh, what's going on with serotonin? It's more like, okay, what brain regions, what neurons, and yes, also trying to get data about neurotransmitters, etc., etc. But there are many neuroscience experiments where it's like we have been able to, you know, have positive effects, or, you know, what looks like treating depression without any sort of medical medication intervention. Okay, and so already right there, that calls into question of like, oh, is it only a chemical imbalance, or at the very least, you know, just calling into question that notion of like depression is driven by a chemical imbalance. So getting back to the paper, and as they sort of say here, it is often assumed that the effects of antidepressants demonstrate that depression must be at least partially caused by a brain-based chemical abnormality, and that the apparent efficacy of SSRIs shows that serotonin is implicated. Other explanations for the effects of antidepressants have been put forward, however, including the idea that they work via an amplified placebo effect or through their ability to restrict or blunt emotions in general. Despite the fact that the serotonin theory of depression has been so influential, no comprehensive review has yet synthesized the relevant evidence. We conducted an umbrella review of the principal areas of relevant research, following the model of a similar review examining prospective biomarkers of major depressive disorder. We sought to establish whether the current evidence supports a role for serotonin in the etiology of depression, and specifically whether depression is associated with indications of lowered serotonin concentrations or activity. So really, it looks like their goal is to kind of like put a bunch of evidence together, assess that evidence, see what it says about serotonin and its role in depression or not. So this is a review article. They are not doing any sort of original experiments on humans. They are very much literally gathering together a lot of evidence, in some respects dissecting the evidence that they're interested in, okay, and then trying to put it together, trying to piece the puzzle together of like taking all the good evidence together. What is it saying about serotonin's role in depression? And so you can see that they didn't include every single study about depression. It had to meet certain criteria. I'm not going to go through all the criteria, but you can see that this was their exclusion criteria. So they rejected animal studies, understandably so. They wanted to focus, only on humans, because generally speaking, we're focused on depression in the context of humans. Studies exclusively concerned with depression in physical conditions, for example, stroke, Parkinson's disease, or exclusively focusing on specific subtypes of postpartum depression, depression in children, or depression in bipolar. So yeah, really focusing in on, a certain aspect of depression, quote unquote, strictly speaking, just clinical depression, not depression that might be influenced or caused by a condition like Parkinson's or stroke, or specifically postpartum depression, or like depression that can be part of certain bipolar disorders. I can't remember type 1 or type 2, and the role of depression in that. But they're trying to focus in on a certain type of depression, and the evidence around that. So already right there, any conclusions that they make, they're only relevant essentially to this particular type of depression that they are focused on. Okay, this is pretty much saying that we have nothing to say about postpartum depression. We have nothing to say about depression in bipolar disorder. We have nothing to say about depression that's either associated or caused by Parkinson's disease, etc., etc. So even then, this doesn't call into question like every single type of depression in existence. So umbrella reviews survey existing systematic reviews and meta-analyses relevant to a research question and represent one of the highest levels of evidence synthesis available. Although they are traditionally restricted to systematic reviews and meta-analyses, we aim to identify the best evidence available. Therefore, we also included some large studies that combine data from individual studies but did not employ conventional systematic review methods, and one large genetic study. The latter used nationwide databases to capture more individuals than entire meta-analyses, so is likely to provide even more reliable evidence than syntheses of individual studies. And so, they had an entire team devoted to kind of like going through the research that they collected, and trying to, again, really focus in on what they deem as good, high quality evidence. So each member of the team was allocated 1 to 3 domains of serotonin research to search and screen for eligible studies using abstract and full-text review. Whoops. In case of uncertainty, the entire team discussed eligibility to reach consensus. For included studies, data were extracted by 2 reviewers working independently, and disagreement was resolved by consensus. Authors of papers were contacted for clarification when data was missing or unclear. So at least based off of this, what I can tell, it looks like, they were putting in a good effort to do their due diligence and be thorough. And this is pretty much like all the studies. They're just listing the studies that they are focusing on. I hate it when papers publish horizontal tables and graphs, just because, whoops, I don't think I can rotate them. I have to open it in a PDF, separate PDF. Oh no, I can't. There we go. Yeah. So, you can see, they're just listing all the studies that they're including and kind of giving a summary of what were the findings, what were the overall findings of this study? What type of study was it? The type of data, what was it looking at? Serotonin measure, medication status. And so you can see, it looks like they're putting in a concerted effort to, be thorough, and really trying to assess, understand the evidence, what these studies are saying. This I should probably go back to. And so here is essentially their flowchart of their workflow of going through their entire selection criteria and how they landed on all the studies that they included. So you can see here at the bottom, they ended up with 17 studies that they basically reviewed, analyzed, and that is what they used to form their conclusions. Okay? But they started with 843. Okay, so they really excluded a lot. You can see, and they go through each step of where they excluded. You can see here, records after duplicates removed. So, they are likely searching multiple databases, etc., etc. And so they're probably coming up with the same article over and over. Or at the very least, one article will show up twice. And so they will remove that duplicate. That's essentially what they're doing here. Records after duplicates removed. So basically, cut in half, or more than cut in half. And then they look at these 360 with a closer eye. They do some more screening. Okay. And they exclude 315. And if I scroll back up, I will likely get an explanation as to why they excluded those 350. It might be due to their criteria of okay, this was an animal study, for example, or too small of a sample size, etc., etc., or too not enough focus on serotonin, whatever. But basically, they're excluding quite a bit, and they probably have reasonable justifications as to why they're excluding this many. And so then they now have 45 full-text articles that, again, they are still assessing for eligibility. And now here's where, they'll give an explanation as to why they're excluding even more articles. You can see that they exclude 28 more, where 45 minus 28, in the end, they end up with 17. And yeah, so they go through some of the reasons, if not all of the reasons, as to why they excluded these 28, which is in some of these studies, they didn't actually assess depression, so 6 of them were excluded. examined only a subtype of depression. So yeah, like for example, postpartum depression, 2 of those were excluded, etc., etc. So like again, trying to be transparent of why they're not including these 28 studies. And so, it seems like they ended up with, 17 studies that were probably of good to high quality, that, met their criteria of eligibility. So, what are their overall findings? Starting with, serotonin. Serotonin can be measured in blood, plasma, urine. This is a cerebrospinal fluid. Hopefully that's self-explanatory, but basically, the spinal fluid in your spinal column, essentially. But it is rapidly metabolized to 5-hydroxy indole acetic acid, or 5-HIAA. Cerebrospinal fluid is thought to be the ideal resource for the study of biomarkers of putative brain diseases, since it is in contact with brain interstitial fluid. However, collecting cerebrospinal fluid samples is invasive and carries some risk, hence large-scale studies are scarce. Where it's like, okay, this is kind of demonstrating the challenges of carrying out good, high-quality, medical research. Where it's like, as they say here, in a study, if a study is trying to look at serotonin in depressed patients, or the role of serotonin in depressed patients, well, we can measure serotonin, as they say, in the blood, plasma, urine, and cerebrospinal fluid. But as they say, probably out of all of those ways in which we can measure serotonin, it is likely the best way is getting it not from blood, plasma, or urine, but getting it from the cerebrospinal fluid. And they make that explicitly clear of like thought to be the ideal resource for the study of biomarkers, because it's like, yeah, depression, very much related to the brain, and so it's like if you're interested in a biomarker for some sort of brain disease, well, you probably want to get that biomarker from a place that's related to the brain, which would be the cerebrospinal fluid. But as they correctly point out, yes, it's ideal to get it from the cerebrospinal fluid, but it's not ideal for the patients undergoing the study, who probably don't want to be subjected to the procedure of like extracting cerebrospinal fluid, because it's not the most pleasant and fairly invasive. I believe the correct term is like a lumbar puncture, where it's like, yeah, they're like going in with a needle, in some ways, like in your spinal column or in your spinal column area. And so it's like, what patient wants to subject themselves to that? And so it's like, yeah, it's where practicality and what is ideal are clashing. Where it's like, yeah, ideally we want to be able to measure from cerebrospinal fluid. Practically, we can't, because if we tell patients that want to be part of this study that, hey, we're going to have to, extract cerebrospinal fluid, and this is what we do to do that, they're going to be like, well, I don't want to take part in your study, so you're probably not going to get very many participants. And so, like, that's not a strong incentive to recruit people to your study, of saying, hey, we're going to take cerebrospinal fluid from you. So it's like, there's that trade-off of like, okay, well, maybe we'll have to measure it in, blood, plasma, or urine, and that will allow us to recruit more and more people. As opposed to like, if we go with the more ideal scenario of cerebrospinal fluid, well, no one signs up. So then, no study. 3 studies fulfilled inclusion criteria. 1 meta-analysis of 3 large observational cohort studies of postmenopausal women revealed lower levels of plasma 5-HT in women with depression, which did not, however, reach statistical significance after adjusting for multiple comparisons. Sensitivity analyses revealed that antidepressants were strongly associated with lower serotonin levels independently of depression. Interesting. It seems like what they're saying is that like the antidepressants, okay, which, you know, our understanding is that the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, okay, generally our goal in giving these medications is to increase serotonin levels in the brain, or like between the synapses in the brain. And yet it seems like, at least based off what they're saying here, it's having maybe an opposite effect. That the antidepressants were strongly associated with lower serotonin levels independently of depression. It's interesting. 2 meta-analyses of a total of 19 studies of 5-HIAA in cerebrospinal fluid found no evidence of an association between 5-HIAA concentrations and depression. So, no link there. Receptors. 14 different serotonin receptors have been identified, with most research on depression focusing on the 5-HT1A receptor. Since the functions of other 5-HT receptors and their relationship to depression have not been well characterized, we restricted our analysis to data on 5-HT1A receptors. 5-HT1A receptors, known as autoreceptors, inhibit the release of serotonin presynaptically. Therefore, if depression is the result of reduced serotonin activity caused by abnormalities in the 5-HT1A receptor, people with depression would be expected to show increased activity of 5-HT1A receptors compared to those without. So, 2 meta-analyses satisfied inclusion criteria involving 5 of the same studies. The majority of results across the 2 analyses suggested either no difference in 5-HT1A receptors between people with depression and controls, or a lower level of these inhibitory receptors, which would imply higher concentrations or activity of serotonin in people with depression. Both meta-analyses were based on studies that predominantly involved patients who were taking or had recently taken, within 1 to 3 weeks of scanning, antidepressants or other types of psychiatric medication. And both sets of authors commented on the possible influence of prior or current medication on findings. In addition, one analysis was of very low quality, including not reporting on the numbers involved in each analysis and using one-sided p-values, and one was strongly influenced by 3 studies and publication bias was present. Okay, so it seems like based off of this, like the findings about the role of the serotonin receptor, or like that 5-HT1A receptor, like is pretty dubious, or like not a strong association. Depletion studies. This is also what I think is super interesting. Okay, so tryptophan depletion using dietary means or chemicals such as parachlorophenylalanine, CPA, is thought to reduce serotonin levels. Okay, so it seems like there are studies where it's like, to hopefully better understand depression, they will attempt to intentionally deplete that person or reduce that person's serotonin levels. And one of the ways that they will attempt to do that is by depleting their tryptophan, or essentially in some ways kind of starving them of tryptophan. Tryptophan is an amino acid, okay? And your body uses it. It has many uses, but one of the ways that your body uses tryptophan is to make serotonin. And so the logic is that, you know, if there's no tryptophan available or a limited supply of tryptophan available, then that person's body will have a reduced capacity to make serotonin. And so it's thought like, okay, if you reduce tryptophan, you may very well be reducing serotonin as well. Kind of like attempting to intentionally reduce serotonin levels in a depressed patient. Since PCPA is potentially toxic, reversible tryptophan depletion using an amino acid drink that lacks tryptophan is the most commonly used method and is thought to affect serotonin within 5 to 7 hours of ingestion. Questions remain, however, about whether either method reliably reduces brain serotonin, and about other effects including changes in brain nitrous oxide, cerebrovascular changes, reduced brain-derived neurotrophic factor, And this is, generally speaking, brain-derived neurotrophic or tropic factor. Can't remember. It's an important molecule that essentially allows for, brain plasticity. Generally speaking, if you're able to increase your brain's BDNF levels, usually that means like you are increasing the plasticity of your brain, or your brain's ability to change and evolve and generate new connections, or prune connections that are unnecessary, etc., etc. And amino acid imbalances that may be produced by the manipulations and might explain observed effects independent of possible changes in serotonin activity. So, we're just going to right to the discussion. It seems like, they were attempting to answer multiple questions and really, again, assess the evidence of serotonin's role in depression, in a specific form of depression, not postpartum depression, etc., etc. So, what did the overall find? Our comprehensive review of the major strands of research on serotonin shows there is no convincing evidence that depression is associated with or caused by lower serotonin concentrations or activity. Most studies found no evidence of reduced serotonin activity in people with depression compared to people without. And methods to reduce serotonin availability using tryptophan depletion do not consistently lower mood in volunteers. High-quality, well-powered genetic studies effectively exclude an association between genotypes related to the serotonin system and depression, including a proposed interaction with stress. Weak evidence from some studies of serotonin 5-HT1A receptors and levels of serotonin points towards a possible association between increased serotonin activity and depression. Interesting. I might not be reading or understanding that correctly, but it seems like they're saying that there's, the possible association in the opposite direction of depression not associated with low levels of serotonin, but maybe higher levels of serotonin, increased serotonin activity. However, these results are likely to be influenced by prior use of antidepressants and its effects on the serotonin system. Okay, yeah, that's also important to keep in mind. The effects of tryptophan depletion in some crossover studies involving people with depression may also be mediated by antidepressants, although these are not consistently found. Right. And that's also another thing to keep in mind of the type of patients that you are studying. A depressed patient that has never been treated with any sort of medical intervention for depression is different than a depressed patient that has had multiple rounds of whatever, an SSRI, an SNRI, and that's something to take into account. If a study that's looking at intentionally depleting serotonin in a depressed patient, well then it matters, or it might matter, if they have prior experience with antidepressants, where it's well, we know at the very least whether serotonin has a role in depression. We can say pretty confidently that the SSRI medications are doing something to the person's serotonin levels. Okay, and so with that in mind, if you know that your patient population has had their serotonin levels modified through SSRIs, they might not be the best candidates for these types of serotonin depletion experiments, because we know, or at least there's the potential that if someone's sort of biochemistry has been modified, okay, it might be kind of permanently primed to change in unpredictable ways, or essentially, their brain will never be the same. where it's like if you've tampered biochemically with their serotonin levels, then the way that they respond to serotonin treatments or any sort of serotonin manipulation might not be the same in any sort of future experiment, and that might be the explanation as to why in the serotonin depletion studies they are finding inconsistent results, because it might just be that it matters whether you have a completely untreated depressed patient that has had no prior treatment, and like a depressed patient that has had experience with multiple courses of SSRIs, and so like their brain chemistry is just now like kind of like permanently changed and doesn't respond as it would have if they had never been treated. The chemical imbalance theory of depression is still put forward by professionals, and the serotonin theory, in particular, has formed the basis of a considerable research effort over the last few decades. The general public widely believes that depression has been convincingly demonstrated to be the result of serotonin or other chemical abnormalities, and this belief shapes how people understand their moods, leading to a pessimistic outlook on the outcome of depression and negative expectancies about the possibility of self-regulation of mood. The idea that depression is the result of a chemical imbalance also influences decisions about whether to take or continue antidepressant medication, and may discourage people from discontinuing treatment, potentially leading to lifelong dependence on these drugs. Right, so second, they're alluding to maybe some of the potential concerns that this idea that is pervasive not only in medical professionals but in the general public, and the consequences of that, where it's like it might be kind of affecting the amount of agency these patients feel, of like if they believe that their depression is largely the result or exclusively the result of a chemical imbalance, as in something biological, almost at the level of their genes, then it's almost like you're saying, in some ways, they have no control over it. It's out of your hands, and that the only way that you can even hope to treat it or get better is through medication. And so it's like this is basically something out of your control. And that might have sort of negative consequences somewhere down the line. There's certainly some potential concerns when you are saying to someone like you lack agency, or in this context you lack agency, and that there is absolutely nothing you can do to maybe treat your depression or manage your depression outside of a medication. All right, those are, I would say, valid questions to ask. And like, yeah, if they have bought into the idea, or like they are under the impression that it is a chemical imbalance, and that that they absolutely require these medications to remedy that chemical imbalance, as they say there at the end of the paragraph, well then you are almost pretty much resigning them to a lifelong medication regimen, where it's like if they know that they can't get off this medication, because like if they get off, well then it's like back to the chemical imbalance. They need this to whatever maintain balanced levels of serotonin. Sort of like this medication is necessary for your functioning, and that without it you will be depressed. And so it's like, well, we may have to ask the question of whether that's a good thing. Maybe if the data are there, of like for some people we know that serotonin is not playing a role in their depression, then maybe we can ask the question of like, maybe they shouldn't be on SSRI. Obviously, that's up to medical professionals, not me. But they're pretty much putting these questions forth. And I think these are good questions to ask, personally. As with all research synthesis, the findings of this umbrella review are dependent on the quality of the included studies and susceptible to their limitations. Most of the included studies were rated as low quality on the AmStar 2, but the grade approach suggested some findings were reasonably robust. Most of the non-genetic studies did not reliably exclude the potential effects of previous antidepressant use and were based on relatively small numbers of participants. The genetic studies, in particular, illustrate the importance of methodological rigor and sample size, whereas some earlier, lower quality, mostly smaller studies produced marginally positive findings. These were not confirmed in better conducted, larger and more recent studies. The identification of depression and assessment of confounders and interaction effects were limited by the data available in the original studies on which the included reviews and meta-analyses were based. Common methods such as the categorization of continuous measures and application of linear models to nonlinear data may have led to overestimation or underestimation of effects, including the interaction between stress and the serotonin gene. The latest systematic review of tryptophan depletion studies was conducted in 2007. There has been considerable research produced since then. Hence, we provided a snapshot of the most recent evidence at the time of writing, but this area requires an up-to-date, comprehensive data synthesis. However, the recent studies were consistent with the earlier meta-analysis with little evidence for an effect of tryptophan depletion on mood. Okay, so it seems like, based off of their assessment of the evidence, it looks like in past experiments or in past studies, when they have attempted to deliberately lower the serotonin levels of depressed patients, it didn't seem like it was having any real effect on their mood. As in, working under the assumption that depression is caused by, lower serotonin levels. Well, presumably, if you take a healthy person that's not depressed, and they presumably have healthy serotonin levels, but then you intentionally lower their serotonin levels, hypothetically, you would induce some sort of depressive state at that point. But they're saying that there's little evidence that this effect is actually occurring. Although umbrella reviews typically restrict themselves to systematic reviews and meta-analyses, we aim to provide the most comprehensive possible overview. Therefore, we chose to include meta-analyses that did not involve a systematic review and a large genetic association study, on the premise that these studies contribute important data on the question of whether the serotonin hypothesis of depression is supported. As a result, the AmStar 2 quality rating scale, designed to evaluate the quality of conventional systematic reviews, was not easily applicable to all studies and had to be modified or replaced in some cases. One study in this review found that antidepressant use was associated with a reduction of plasma serotonin. And it is possible that the evidence for reductions in serotonin density and 5-HT1A receptors in some of the included imaging study reviews may reflect compensatory adaptations to serotonin-lowering effects of prior antidepressant use. Authors of one meta-analysis also highlighted evidence of 5-HIAA levels being reduced after long-term antidepressant treatment. These findings suggest that in the long term, antidepressants might produce compensatory changes that are opposite to their acute effects. Interesting. So there might be some long-term ramifications for a patient being on an antidepressant medication for a long time. As I sort of alluded to earlier, they might be kind of permanently or long-term changing their brain chemistry. Lowered serotonin availability has also been demonstrated in animal studies following prolonged antidepressant administration. Further research is required to clarify the effects of different drugs on neurochemical systems, including the serotonin system, especially during and after long-term use, as well as the physical and psychological consequences of such effects. This review suggests that the huge research effort based on the serotonin hypothesis has not produced convincing evidence of a biochemical basis to depression. This is consistent with research on many other biological markers. We suggest it is time to acknowledge that the serotonin theory of depression is not empirically substantiated. I would say that's pretty explicit at the end. Where it's like, pretty much the claim that, serotonin, or low serotonin levels is a cause of depression, that is not an evidence-based claim. At least not based off of the evidence that they've assessed. And, they very confidently say that, their review is comprehensive. And I think that's one of the reasons why, they very confidently put forth that, like, hey, medicine ideally should be evidence-based. This claim that low serotonin levels is playing a role in depression, this is not an evidence-based claim. This is not empirically substantiated. So until it is, maybe we should do away with that idea. But this is not to say, okay, and hopefully this is where nuance comes in. This is not to say that, SSRIs or antidepressant medications shouldn't be used anymore. I think they very clearly didn't say that, okay? They were really just trying to deal with the claim of, like, is this notion of chemical imbalance actually, based off of the evidence, is what's actually occurring in clinically depressed patients? Based off of their review, the answer is no. As of right now, okay, based off of all the evidence that they've assessed, there is no reason to believe that depression is driven by some sort of, or at least clinical depression, not postpartum depression, or other forms of depression. Just, lack of a better term, your standard run-of-the-mill clinical depression, based off the evidence that they assessed, not the result of some sort of chemical imbalance or, low serotonin levels. But that doesn't mean that SSRIs or other antidepressant medications shouldn't be used anymore, or that they're not effective. Because, treating a disease with an effective medication doesn't necessarily absolutely require that you understand what's going on with the disease or condition. Like, this is not new to me. Even with my own condition, of, like, I have been through many, many different medications, if not dozens and dozens of different medications at this point. But at the end of the day, based off of the evidence, we have no idea what actually causes Crohn's disease. We have some ideas, we have some hypotheses, we have some associations, but no legitimate medical doctor will so far say that, oh, this is what is causing Crohn's disease. And yet, we still treat it. We still, provide medication. I still take medication. I've taken medication for the past, 20, 25 years. And very often, not unheard of, that it's like, hey, we're giving you this medication. We don't know what it's doing, but we know that it works. So we're just going to go with that. That's not unheard of in medicine. It's not always absolutely necessary to have, a full understanding, or even a good understanding, of a disease or condition in order to treat it. Sometimes we just throw stuff at the wall. If it works, we just keep going with that because that's the best we have at the moment. And that's sort of what's alluded to here. So, there's been multiple articles that have been published as a result of that original scientific study. This one published a few days ago, and then another medical website, one that I frequent. Low serotonin might not cause depression, but why do SSRIs still work? How would you estimate the impact of this study? Is it going to lead to less SSRI prescriptions and changes in prescription guidelines? or is it not going to have any effect in the psychological? So that is a fantastic question. Marley, well, as usual, you ask great questions. So I would suspect in the medical world, okay, maybe the conversation will change in terms of like, medical professionals' understanding of depression. I still think, at least based off of what I've seen on social media, or what little bit I've seen on social media, I'm still reasonably sure that the general population will still run with this idea that depression is a chemical imbalance. And who knows, maybe a new study will come out that will, really now provide good high quality evidence, okay, that serotonin, low serotonin levels does actually play a role in depression. But at least based off of this is why this study isn't surprising to me, because like if you dig into the research heavily into depression, like you come to the conclusion pretty quickly that we don't really have a good understanding of what's going on, and yet we still treat it. So to answer your question, I don't think this will have any real meaningful impact on the prescriptions of SSRIs. I don't think that SSRI prescriptions will go down, or that prescription guidelines will go down, because there's that disconnect between what we understand about a disease and treating it. And there's the evidence about the effectiveness of SSRIs, at least from what I have seen, okay, but I haven't done the deepest of dives. But I have looked at quite a few randomized controlled trials of SSRIs versus placebo. And it's like, for some depressed patients, SSRIs appear to be quite effective. And if you know enough people in your social circle who have been unfortunately affected by depression, but have tried SSRIs, you will run into people that will absolutely testify to the effectiveness of SSRIs, where it's like they started taking it and, just their world changed, and their world changed for the better. Is it possible that that's a placebo effect? Totally. But you can't discount, I don't think you can totally discount that, the medication is doing something biologically. And so I don't think it will change prescription guidelines, because there's no evidence that, at least I don't think there's any evidence that has come out that would lead or would call into question the effectiveness of SSRIs for appropriately selected patients, okay? There's the difference between, this is just calling into question of what we know, what we think we knew, or what some people thought they knew about depression. But there's what we know about how we treat depression, where it's like, okay, sure, this chemical imbalance hypothesis, let's just say we throw it out the window. But that doesn't change the fact that SSRIs, for many people experiencing depression, they appear to work, and it's probably not exclusively only a placebo effect. It appears to be doing something, and I think that's what this article here is alluding to. And so I don't think it'll change anything when it comes to medical intervention. I'm hoping at the very least it changes the conversation. I'm hoping it leads to more research, right? If this, if this idea is so pervasive, and this study is able to call into question this pervasive idea, I'm hoping that, if more medical professionals and the general population are aware that we actually don't have a good understanding of depression, then I'm hoping that there's rallying calls for more research, because, we would want to understand it. Because even though, yes, SSRIs can be effective for very many depressed patients, there is a large number of patients where SSRIs and other antidepressant medications like do nothing and are totally ineffective. You know, on the whole, we are generally not very good at treating or managing depression. And so, yeah, at the very least, I hope this type of research results in a greater research effort in understanding depression. Because it seems like many people were under this false delusion that, oh, we know what depression is. It's a chemical imbalance. And you just balance out the chemicals and, you know, it works out. Clearly, not the case. Generally, as much as I hate it when people say this in bad faith, there are studies supporting contradictory viewpoints on different topics. Is going to be seen as this is one study against thousands, or is it? No, I understand what you mean. Oh, and Oily Olive, welcome. I'm gonna address your question, Bob Marley, in a second. If you keep using the spanking message, fine. I'm curious if Daddy Corey Campbell is even an available Twitch name. I'm not saying I'm gonna change my name. If anything, I want to get rid of that 84. But Corey Campbell, the name alone, is not available. And yeah, good question, Oily Olive. So, I did go and work out today. But when I got to the gym studio, you know, I wasn't in the best place mentally. And so I chose not to stream. But, I'm hoping next week is a better week and I'm back to my workout stream. You know, baby steps. I went to the private gym studio, I worked out, I just didn't stream it. I'm hoping next week I repeat the same thing, but then I actually stream it. And then next week and next week and next week. I'm slowly getting to a better place mentally, psychologically. Not that I like feel awful or anything, but like this foot infection is really annoying me. So yeah, to address your question, Bob Marley. So I totally take your point that, you know, it's not going to surprise me that many people's response would be that this is just one study. This doesn't discount, you know, even though I'm pretty sure it's not thousands or hundreds, even dozens, right? Because as they say themselves, you know, this is a review. And so, you know, they were really trying to, you know, get a global picture of depression research. But I have no doubt that there will be people who say, this is just one study. This doesn't discount, pretty much as you say, Baumar, this doesn't discount all of the other dozen studies that have happened before, you know, showing this link between serotonin and depression. Even though, like, you know, they say that they looked at those studies, okay, based off of what I can tell, okay, which I'm not a mental health researcher, but I'm reasonably confident, okay, this is clearly a collaborative effort, okay, across multiple institutions, multiple educational institutions, multiple health institutions, as I, you know, showed earlier. You have, you know, the Division of Psychiatry, University of College London. You have the Good Mays Hospital, Northeast London NHS Foundation Trust, Faculty of Education, Health and Human Services, University of Greenwich. So, like, you know, many people from many different institutions, both educational and health institutions. And so I would say, you know, it looks like pretty qualified experts in their field. Looking at depression research, kind of dissecting it. You know, they even show you the tables, right? They have all these tables here saying, hey, you know, these are all the studies that we're looking at. And, you know, we're dissecting them. You know, this study says that, this is what they did. You know, 18.3% of patients were taking antidepressants. And so, you know, at least to my eye, it looks like they're doing their due diligence of, like, dissecting the research one by one. And then from there, trying to put it all together and hopefully, and I'm pretty reasonably confident, coming to, you know, high confidence conclusions. I would say it's pretty telling. And maybe this is just the result of the arrogance of the researchers, who knows? It's possible. But they end the article. It's not very often that a scientific article will just explicitly say something, without, couching it, without leaving the door open for a little bit of doubt. This is almost like they're just like putting their stamp on this claim of like, hey, we gotta basically get real here. The serotonin theory of depression, there's no evidence there to back up this claim that, depression is the result of low serotonin or the result of a chemical imbalance. And so let's get real here. Sure, we suggested it's time to acknowledge, but I would say this is a pretty explicit claim of like, hey, we medical experts and quote unquote scientists, we're not being scientific here, and we can probably do better. And maybe we should actually devote more research into, actually understanding what depression is. Oh, I missed some messages from Oily Olive. Call my brother Sunday to chat and end up telling him I'm gender fluid. He was cool with it. I'm glad to hear that. I'm hoping everyone in your life that cares about you, okay, with however you want to identify. Oh, well, that's not cool. Which I'm sorry you had to experience that. And yeah, if you want to give your sexuality a name, like I said, if you don't feel like any sort of box or label fits you, then, I'm hoping that there's no internal pressure or external pressure that is pushing you to like adopt any sort of label or put yourself in a box. So identify however you want to identify. And, try not to let anybody, push you in a certain direction. Figure it out for yourself. Go on your own journey. And only identify with something when it feels right for you. Or don't identify with something if that feels right to you. I don't have a good understanding of how much one study can shift views in hard sciences yet, but from my experience in economics, so you are making an excellent point, right? Do I expect this one study to be like result in, a paradigm shift in psychiatry? Unfortunately, almost certainly not. The reality should be, okay, that, what I would want is like for this, for the world of psychiatry to like, incorporate this knowledge and then move on from there. And not pretend like we know something about depression that we don't know. To not make evidence-based, to not make, unsubstantiated claims, if we want to practice evidence-based medicine, then we should make claims based on evidence. And that's why, again, it's quite telling that they end this article by saying, hey, this serotonin theory of depression, this is not an empirical claim. So hopefully let's do better. But unfortunately, you are almost certainly correct, Bob Marley, that this is unlikely to, really have any meaningful effect on the conversation that takes place, either in the world of psychiatry or medicine, and almost certainly not in the general public. Because I sort of saw a little bit of it play out in social media, where like, yeah, someone posted this and the response was like, hey, you've obviously never taken like an intro to psych course, just open a textbook. It's like, well, textbooks can be revised. There's the the first edition of my biochemistry book is almost certainly different than my 7th, 8th, 10th edition of the biochemistry textbook I have. I think I know a workaround for name change, but I won't hear for a bad faith person or changing their name to the workaround. Well, I'm hoping, if you're uncertain, I would want the people in your life to be okay with you being uncertain. And like, again, try your best to, not let them push you into a box or adopt a certain label. So, what does this article sort of say as a summary of that? And it looks like they touch upon, why do SSRIs still work? That's what I'm most interested in. Depression is a highly prevalent mental illness. Treatment options for depression are individualized and may include the use of medications and therapy. And Armories, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Always a pleasure. And also nothing to apologize for. You're here now, which I'm grateful for. And if you're interested in watching the past couple hours of the stream, there's always the VOD is on Twitch, and the VOD is now on YouTube. I'm hoping that my commands work. Yes. YouTube channel is there. And so the VOD, at the very least, will be there, and should be there forever. Oh, you think you know a workaround for my... Oh, okay, if you want to share it, by all means. And Myopic, thank you so much for passing by. Always a pleasure. I'm hoping, as usual, you're keeping well hydrated and keeping cool. I'm hoping the heat wave is done in your area. I can say for the past week here in Quebec, it's been pretty crazy hot. Been 35 degrees Celsius, but it feels like, 38, 40 degrees Celsius with the humidity. Very uncomfortable. Thankfully, it's much better today. So, researchers have theorized that low serotonin levels cause depression. Data from a recent systematic umbrella review found little evidence linking serotonin levels with depression. Clinical depression is one of the most common mental illnesses, impacting millions of people worldwide. While several factors contribute to depression, one common idea is that it is related to chemical imbalances in the brain, particularly low levels of the chemical serotonin. However, there may be less data supporting this theory than researchers had initially thought. A recent systematic umbrella review published in Molecular Psychiatry, which is what we just went through. This one here, and it's this is part of Nature, okay? And Nature is one of the most well-respected, if not the highest well-respected scientific publication. Not that I give much credence to these things. I'm just more speaking from in the common scientific world. Nature is it's up there. This is the journal of journals. I'm not saying it should be like that. That's just the reality. At the end of the day, I think the ranking of journals is stupid. Clinical depression is a serious mental illness that impacts quality of life and well-being. The World Health Organization notes about 280 million people worldwide live with depression. People with depression experience various symptoms that affect their mood, emotions, and ability to go about their daily lives. The treatment for depression often involves multiple approaches. For example, people with depression might utilize cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, help them work through perceptions and thought patterns, or other forms of talking therapy, including counseling and psychotherapy. Other lifestyle changes can also be considered. Treatment may also include using antidepressants such as selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, SSRIs. You also have SNRIs, which are selective norepinephrine reuptake inhibitors. Serotonin is a neurotransmitter that may impact people's moods and behaviors, and SSRIs can be effective in treating symptoms of depression. However, the theory that serotonin levels are inextricably linked to this condition hails back to the 1960s. The review recently published in Molecular Psychiatry now disputes this long-held notion. Depression's association with low serotonin. The review examined data from systematic reviews, meta-analyses, and large database studies. Researchers did not include animal studies or studies that focus on depression subtypes, such as postpartum depression or depression in people with specific physical conditions, such as Parkinson's. Yeah. I'm glad I covered that when I read the original article. Their research included 17 studies in their analysis. In one meta-analysis, there was weak evidence that low levels of tryptophan might affect people with family histories of depression. Tryptophan lowers the amount of serotonin available. However, most of the data suggested that depression is not associated with low serotonin levels, or that low serotonin levels cause depression. Researchers also found some evidence supporting the idea that long-term antidepressant use might actually lower serotonin levels in the body. They note that further research is needed to look into the long-term effects of antidepressants on the body. They also note that the quality of the reviews included in their own analysis was variable. Review author, Professor Joanna Moncrief, from University College London, summarized the results this way. The main message of the paper is that scientific evidence accumulated over several decades does not support the theory that depression is caused by a deficiency of serotonin. Since serotonin is the main brain chemical thought to be involved in depression, and the one that has been most thoroughly researched in modern times, this means the idea that depression is due to a chemical imbalance is not scientifically established. The researchers were thorough in their data collection and analysis methods. However, they note that their review still has several limitations. For example, they point out that some of the non-genetic studies included did not take into account the impact of previous antidepressant use and had small sample sizes. Their ability to analyze components like confounding was limited based on what was done in the studies, and some data were older, including the need for further research. The data available suggests that low serotonin levels do not cause depression. However, this does not mean that doctors will stop utilizing antidepressants as a treatment option. Instead, it calls for more research about why antidepressants work the way they do. Yeah, so pretty much in line with my instincts. Again, not that I'm a medical professional at all or a mental health professional, but I see no reason as to why like this research would affect sort of prescribing habits or SSRI prescribing guidelines, because you know the evidence about depression is different about the evidence of what we know works for at least managing depression, and you know we have pretty good high quality randomized trials showing the effectiveness of SSRIs at the very least of managing depression or reducing the symptoms. And so it's like, you know, if we know it works and we're confident that it works, stick with that. And that hopefully better research will come out that will allow us to better actually truly understand depression. But until then, if we know it works, go with what works. Don't change if it ain't broke, or you know, don't try and fix it. It ain't broke. Let me see. I missed some chat. Luckily, the past couple of days have been cool, so that's good because I got. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Myopic. I'm hoping you've recovered quickly. I'm hoping you, at the very least, you recover now. I'd say any chemical that changes the way the brain functions, i.e., the way patterns form in the brain, have the potential to influence depression. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. For sure. You know, pretty much any psychoactive substance has the potential to, you know, alter the brain. And if, at the very least, I think we could confidently say that depression has something to do with the brain. So any changes in the brain or any substance that changes something in the brain can probably have some sort of effect on depression. Oh, okay. I'm going to take a look at them. Is this saying that serotonin levels can cause depression, or that serotonin isn't the main cause of depression? Okay. Excellent question. So it's saying, actually, it's summed up nicely at the end of the scientific article. I should probably just highlight it, actually. I am going to do. Do I want to stick with blue? Red too aggressive? Yeah, that seems too aggressive. I like blue. So this review suggests that the huge research effort based on the serotonin hypothesis has not produced convincing evidence of a biochemical basis to depression. This is consistent with research on many other biological markers. We suggest it is time to acknowledge that the serotonin theory of depression is not empirically substantiated. So essentially, you know, based off of this research, they want the conversation to change. As in, like, saying that serotonin has a role to play in depression, there's no evidence as of right now to, you know, think that. At least based off of the evidence that they assessed. Maybe some future evidence will change that, But based off of the evidence that they assessed, the notion or the idea that, low serotonin either causes depression, or that, some sort of chemical imbalance of serotonin levels in the brain causes depression or plays a role in depression, there is no evidence. If not, at the very at most, you can say there's low quality evidence. Or if you squint hard enough, maybe you can find evidence to support that claim. But as of now, based off of their assessment, that is not an empirical claim. Do you know why it is that such harder science papers are usually a lot shorter than economics papers? Oh, yeah. That's also an excellent question. Because, well, let's say focusing in a little bit on, my field. Because harder science, that includes physics. That includes, some out there branches of chemistry, whatever, computational chemistry, nanochemistry, etc., etc. I would probably more focus on, the life sciences. And in the life sciences, generally speaking, we're not usually working with, giant data sets. And so you don't really have to go through a lot of, huge statistical analysis to come to meaningful conclusions. Maybe I can find an example. 1 second. Not this. Yeah. So you have big. Yeah, papers like this. This is, basically my wheelhouse or my area of expertise to a certain extent. We're this is a short paper. This is 6 pages. And that includes 1 or 2 pages of references. Where it's the actual main body of the research. You have your abstract, you have your intro, and obviously you have materials and methods. And then it's your results. It's a few paragraphs, a couple of graphs, and then your discussion. Because the experiments here, they're quote unquote simple, and when I say simple, as in they're highly controlled. As in we generally have good control over the variables, and so we don't need super large data sets to come to meaningful conclusions. And so we don't have to generate mountains and mountains of data, and therefore there's not huge amounts of data to analyze. We don't have to go through a lot of stats. No. If you want to open that conversation of which is harder, economics, or hard science, I will push. I have my own feeling. Yeah, no offense to you, Bob Marley, but I even have a hard time of considering economics as a scientific discipline. I kind of I don't look down upon economics, but it's I kind of squint my eyes sometimes at some of the economics research that I come across. And also, economists, obviously not you, Bob Marley, but a lot of economists just seem kind of jerks, and I don't know why that is. But there are totally long, hard science, or life science papers. You know, structural papers, okay? Where actually you are kind of, in many ways, dealing with a large data set. This is a long paper. Obviously, I have, like, yeah, fancy diagrams, or fancy figures like this. But you also have, like, figures like this. This is data generated. And this is also data generated. And this is technically speaking, like, large data. I'm not going to break down how we generate figures like this, even though it is quite cool. Or how do we solve the structure of a protein. But you can see there's, like, a lot of data here. It's a long paper. There's a lot of analysis. And actually, like, this is a high quality paper. And I can totally dig up, like, life science papers that will absolutely rival just about any economics paper in terms of length. Let me I missed some chat. I'm a little mad they gave me corticosteroids and prophylactic antibiotics to flow it, but the steroids are reducing the symptoms now. Yeah, if you're on a corticosteroid, like prednisone, for example, which I have a lot of experience with, what I can say, if in fact you are on well, don't reveal anything you don't want to reveal. But, you know, when I've been on corticosteroids many times in the past, they make me feel great, but at the same time, they give me terrible insomnia, and just, like, way too much energy than I know what to do with. Where it's like, you know, I will literally go, like, you know, 36, 48 hours without sleeping, and then I'll crash, just because the insomnia is so terrible. Yeah, economics, I have no problem saying that economics... This white male, 69, very clever, thank you so much for the follow, much appreciated. But even when I read some harder science papers, I feel like they just have less explanation of the methodology, so I often can't follow what they're doing. Yeah, so... because a lot of the methodology is just, like, but the basics. The very basics of what another scientist needs to be able to replicate what they're doing. As in, like the methodology here in this paper. Like, I can totally, like, you know, unless you're in the field, or, like, unless you're, like, a biologist or biochemist, like, this is not going to mean anything to you. Like, yeah, if I mean, all the more power to you for even reading the methodology of either a biology or biochemistry paper. If you know, if you're not in the field, it's exceptionally difficult, if not, like, almost impossible to understand. I would not expect anybody outside of, like, the field of biology or biochemistry or chemistry, like, understand the methodology of a paper like this. But what I can say is I can read this, okay, and I can recreate this in my lab. I know what they're doing. Might seem very brief, and I have also no problem saying that they can totally make it easier for someone to recreate what they're doing. But they are literally going by giving the bare minimum. Yes, there is totally a certain amount of frustration that I experience when I come across a paper where it's like, yeah, like, they're not leaving something out, but it would have just been convenient that if they just, like, included this in their methodology, and I didn't have to, like, go with an assumption. I'm confident in my assumption, and, like, I know what they're doing. But, like, yes, a lot of it is unspoken. But it's unspoken for a reason, because it's technically not absolutely necessary for them to mention it. And that's why it probably feels like they're not explaining every step, because it's like the assumption is the explanation is built in. As in, like, you know, I can tell you why, based off of reading this in the paper. You know, what is a primer pair? Why did they design it this way, etc., etc. A lot of it goes unspoken, and it's just assumed you have kind of whatever, a baseline level of working knowledge of biology or biochemistry. Corey Soup Guy isn't taken. I don't know if Corey Soup Guy is more catchy than Corey Campbell. If you're some very stats or mathematical based economist, then maybe. Oh, I know dexamethasone. I've been watching along, but I will say that the happiest I've ever been is when I didn't use my phone and just got shit done. I don't know what that ties into the study you are reviewing here, but I will be looking to. Oh, okay. So, and also, thank you so much for the follow. Cis white male 69. I'm probably going to laugh a little bit each time I read the username. So, and maybe I should cover this on another stream, of like, you know, the association between, you know, social media use, cell phone use, and, you know, mental health, depression, anxiety. So I will show one of the most interesting studies to me, about cell phones. And I think what it says about us as kind of like social creatures. 1 second. Okay. I mean, you know, I cover a decent amount of psychological research on my stream. Because I do enjoy psychological research. I think human behavior super interesting. And, you know, I've certainly considered going into the field of psychology. And as I think I've said many times before, but I have no problem saying it again, you know, I think there's something very interesting going on in terms of, you know, what's happening with, you know, our anxiety rates, our depression rates, on the theme of depression, and some of the possible explanations as to why that's happening. Obviously, multiple explanations. There's almost certainly, you know, multiple variables at play that is driving, you know, the mental health crisis. I think one of it is a lack of connection, or maybe to frame it more appropriately, our loss of the ability to connect with other people. Okay. And I think a factor at play, whether minor or major, I don't know. This is probably minor, but I think a factor at play is our devices. Okay. And it seems like, okay, just like having devices present as you're interacting with something, as you're interacting with another person, it decreases the quality of the interaction. Okay, I think everyone knows the experience of, like, you know, you're at a dinner table with, you know, another person or a group of friends, and either most or everyone has their phones out on the table. You know, right there, it's visible. And, you know, it seems like even just something as small as that has, you know, a psychological effect, a negative psychological effect on the quality of your interactions with those people. Where if you break it down one-on-one, of like you and another person sitting at a table, one of those, if one person just has their phone out, that pretty much lowers the quality of that interaction. This is what this term is referring to, what they call phubbing, which is pretty much like snubbing a person with your cell phone or phone. Just like, basically, if you know, you're sitting down at the table with, you know, with your friend or partner, and, you know, you put your phone out on the table, you're pretty much like subtly communicating that, hey, you don't have my complete attention. Or if anything, you're subtly communicating that, you know, you're gonna have to compete for my attention. You know, it's either I'm looking at you, or I'm looking at my phone, and if my phone is more interesting, then I'm going to choose my phone. And, you know, who wants to interact with someone like that, or who wants to compete for your friend's attention? You know, thankfully I sort of curate my friends around me that's not an issue. But, like, you know, I've totally had that experience of, like, you know, I'm not here to compete for your attention. we're either interacting and we're both meaningfully interacting, or we're not, and I'll just go find someone else who will interact with me on what I would consider healthier terms. And maybe I should save this paper for another time. But like, yeah, what this paper essentially showed is that just the simple act of like phubbing, as they say, or just like having your phone present and just visibly present, just affects the quality of your interactions. Just read the abstract. For now, this research experimentally investigated the social consequences of phubbing, the act of snubbing someone in a social setting by concentrating on one's mobile phone. Participants viewed a 3-minute animation in which they imagined themselves as part of a dyadic conversation. A dyadic conversation, just a conversation between two people. That's a dyad. Their communication partner either phubbed them extensively, partially, or not at all. Results revealed that increased phubbing significantly and negatively affected perceived communication quality and relationship satisfaction. These effects were mediated by reduced feelings of belongingness and both positive and negative affect. This research underlines the importance of phubbing as a modern social phenomenon to be further investigated. Of like, hey, just having these phones present is affecting how we interact with people. And it appears like it might be negatively affecting how we interact with people. Maybe we should pay attention to that. Maybe we should actually learn or focus on truly connecting with other people. Let me just catch up with chat 1 second. But I'd say I'm pretty well versed in statistics, and I read climate science paper the other day, and they defined nothing. It was something about percentages. So, for example, when I say the crime rate increases by 5%, it needs to be defined whether I mean that it increased from 5 to 10%, or whether I mean that it increases from... Yeah. So, and I think you'll... as you dive more and more, or you've probably already come to this conclusion or experienced this, as you dive more into, the natural sciences or the life science research, you'll see that they don't always define their terms. They'll very often, or they will define their abbreviations, but just, there's a knowledge barrier when it comes to reading research like that. This is why, like, I push back on individuals who are, not in the field, that are, trying to, like, for example, read COVID research, or read virology research. I'm not even comfortable, not fully comfortable reading virology or COVID research. I'll do it, and I'll hopefully make a good effort to make it clear I'm not an expert, on that. I'm just, I'm basically reading the paper, giving my thoughts. But this is why, like, I try to push back so heavily on, people that I know that are not qualified reading research, because I know I've had this experience of, like, I cannot read a computational chemistry paper. Like, that is just... I don't have the knowledge for that. Like, the knowledge barrier is so high, because, I'm just so far removed from computational chemistry, that, like, I just virtually cannot understand any computational chemistry paper. Same thing with, I don't know, something like nanochemistry. I can maybe understand bits and pieces here, but just the knowledge barrier to understand a nanochemistry paper is so high that I know that I can't confidently read that paper, and any conclusions that I do draw, like, I need to understand that I may very well, if not certainly, will be wrong in some of my conclusions and understanding. Oh, Bill, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. I've never heard this term. Glad science is getting on it. How's the health is... it's mostly now the psychological health that is, not bad. Could be better. But basically, my psychological health is, like, being slowly eroded by, this technically minor infection that is stubborn to go away. But overall, like, I'm still doing pretty good. It's just... perspective is everything. Like, this is a minor inconvenience, but it is taking a toll. I completely agree. I see it as disrespecting my time when people are texting on their phone. Makes it seem like you'd rather be with whoever you're chatting with on your phone. I never take my phone out, and my friends tell me I'm an old soul, and I'm just trying to enjoy life. And I tend to operate under the same principle. of like, if I'm with my friends, like I make it a point to like put my phone away, or if I'm literally talking one-on-one with one of my friends, like they have my attention. They're not competing for my attention. Like my phone is out of sight, out of mind. Like it's not even in my pocket. It's like in my school bag or my backpack. Because that's important to me. At least, you know, of the people that I care about, you know, my close personal friends. Like if I'm talking with them, I make it a point to give them my undivided attention. And like, yeah, you know, I think it's small things like this that has affected our ability to, you know, connect with other people. And I think our loss of the ability to truly connect with other people is playing a part in our mental health. I think for sure. At least that's my instinct. We looked those just for telling me what you like and dislike. Give me a moment. One. Interesting. Oh. I'm surprised that's not taken. Watching like a 20-year-old dude sit there for like 30 minutes just watching 10-second videos over and over again is mega cringe to me. And it's like, you know, so I'm not, for example, like I'm on Twitter, yes. And you know, I've just recently gotten into Instagram, but I'm not on TikTok, and I have no plans to get on TikTok, even though I hear it's great for whatever, building a following, getting yourself out there. But like, I don't know, TikTok is a little bit too extreme for me. And you know, there's totally an addictive quality to these social media applications, right? Like I don't necessarily blame someone for wasting time on TikTok, just because I you know, it's designed to capture your attention. It's designed to, you know, keep your eyes glued and consume whatever content's there that's, you know, curated for you. You know, you're in some ways, you know, your brain is a little bit being hijacked. Like you're just being plugged into the app because it's in their interest for them to keep your eyes on it. One thing I've always kept in mind is that your body rewards you for doing things that make you a better person, and technology kind of short-circuits your brain to think you are being rewarded when you aren't actually doing anything of value. When you have a great interaction with someone, you get dopamine flooded to your brain. The same thing, yeah, absolutely. I'm pretty much on the same page here as you. This white male. 9. Yeah. You know, I'm hoping I don't need TikTok, but I mean, all the feedback that I get is like, oh, if you want to whatever, build your following, you know, TikTok's the place to be. Let's see. Let's just finish up this article. This study tried to answer the question, do depressed people have different levels of serotonin? And the author suggests the answer is no. However, a completely different question is whether antidepressants work. This question was not addressed in the paper, and the problem and the real danger is that this study is actually used to answer that second question. Possible role of serotonin in depression is a separate question from the antidepressant effects of selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, and no current theory of antidepressant action makes the assertion that antidepressants work only by correction of a prior corresponding chemical imbalance. EOD696, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, and did I miss something? Montreal player, thank you so much for the raid. I'm sorry that I didn't see that, if I saw it too late. I hope your stream went well. I hope your chill chat went well. Thank you so much for the raid. Super grateful, and yeah, I apologize for the delayed reaction. Much appreciated. And welcome, EOD696. Much appreciated. But so I am Corey Campbell. Also technically a fellow Montrealer. I'm in Quebec.
Welcome to
And
Flavor Country.
I'm a scientist. I cover some science. Well, I am covering science now. I cover some politics. I occasionally do debate panels. I was on a debate panel with Montreal Player, which I enjoyed, and I was on their show and had a chill chat with them, which I certainly enjoyed. Oh, and North Countryman, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. I also seeing you on debate panels as well. Thank you so much. Super grateful to have you here. Quebec and antidepressants. Exactly. Free antidepressants because of our good prescription drug plan. Oh, and Tegma TV, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Super appreciative and super grateful to have you here. Oh, it's on your YouTube. I'm gonna have to subscribe to your YouTube. I'm gonna do that right after the stream. Yeah, sure, absolutely. Did you want to hop into my Discord and have a chat? That is an option if you want to. Yes, well, you're faster than me. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hey, what's going on? Hold on.
Not too much. How are you?
Oh wait, hold on. I have the stream on, so I'm hearing us in double.
Okay, no problem. I can wait.
There we go. There we go. Okay, I got you. Sorry. I just got off the thing, so I'm not in this mode. Where's my Discord? Oh, did I turn it off? Hello?
Yep. I'm still here. And
sorry about this.
oh no, it's okay. I mean, if you don't want to join, you don't have to, right?
No. I do want to turn it on. That's the thing.
I'll leave it up to
This. Okay,
Oh.
there. Sorry.
No problem.
Yeah, sorry for the mix-up. Okay, yeah, that's right. So the gist of it is this from what I've seen, some study came out and said that SSRIs don't affect serotonin. Is that right? And now everyone's going like, "Oh, it's big pharma. You see, I told you. It's a fucking, they're lying to us." Something like that. Is that right?
So a study came out a few days ago, like 6 days ago actually, where they pretty much, it was a group of researchers, and it seems to be a pretty high quality study, and it was published in a very well respected journal. And what they did is they pretty much looked back at a lot of the past research because there's this common notion that depression is caused by like a chemical imbalance, as they say, or that low serotonin results in depression. And so they're pretty much trying to assess, like, is that actually a true claim? Like, are we just rolling with this idea just because at some point it gained traction and just like this is just like the assumption that we're making?
Okay,
So,
fine. You know what? It never hurts to double check.
Yeah, exactly. So that's pretty much what they did. Now they didn't just double check, but they pretty much they collected and gathered a lot of high quality research. And again, this is a group of researchers, a group of experts. And it looks like they did their due diligence. And from there, they pretty much ended the study saying, hey, like this idea that depression is caused by a chemical imbalance, or that low serotonin causes depression. As of right now, based off of the evidence that we looked over with a pretty fine-tooth comb, there's no reason to continue this idea right now that it's just the result of a chemical imbalance, or that low serotonin is the cause of depression.
So what are we thinking causes depression? Capitalism? I saw that in the chat.
Yeah, well, I've certainly touched upon it myself. Well, I don't know that I would ever say it's one single thing. Of do I think that certain aspects of capitalism can influence people's moods and maybe foster or cultivate depression in some people. I have no
Yeah.
problem saying that.
It causes a lot of stressors on people.
Yeah,
It can be overwhelming.
exactly.
Yeah.
Especially like if if you're struggling to survive, like and we know, or at least we have good evidence at the very least that for many people, you can quote unquote treat their depression by just like if you improve their circumstances, of like if they're no longer like struggling for food, or like struggling to survive.
Right.
I
I feel like if you have depression, there's a for a lot of people, it's a lot of poor mental health hygiene. You know,
what exactly do you
don't
mean by
not,
hygiene?
and I mean like adopting adopting different ways to or better ways to like see things and deal with problems. Now that's difficult because you have fucking problems overwhelming you all the time. Oh, I just gotta magically fix things, thank you so much, Skyman. Like no. So I know that's easier said than done, right? But
And well, so it sounds like maybe you're saying like there's a role there in terms of people's coping mechanisms.
yeah, well, exactly. No, but I mean, the fact that people are overwhelmed and stressed
Yeah.
because it's just hectic. It doesn't give you a lot of room to it doesn't give you a lot of room to work on things that make you happy and content, right? Or because because they're preoccupying you, and that's fucking draining. So that's it. But
Yeah.
people are talking about the effect of these drugs. So this is what I actually want to talk to you about.
Sure.
People are talking about the effect of these drugs, right? And I know a lot of people want to put scrutiny on ADHD medication, which I take. I'm on Vyvanse right now, right? And I'll tell you one thing, like maybe they help, maybe they help honestly, but I find what's helped me the most, okay, is learning to leverage like what my ADHD does and what it doesn't do, or just learning to subtract like the bad stuff, right?
Yeah, or like reframing it as like depending on the context, like it's a strength. Like it can be a strength.
Well, no, but I mean, there are things I'm going to do well, okay, and they're very useful, okay, and it's basically up to me to organize the things I do well and do more of those things, and outsource the things I don't do well to other people in exchange, or just avoid certain things. Subtraction is really key. But in any case, it's just habits. It's just habits for me. But that came with depression. That came with a lot of other things. With just poor habits, things that we've been so overwhelmed with for the last little while in our lives. Four kids. Okay, 2 of them before I graduated fucking university. All right, and I'm in single income. Okay, it's been tough.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
For a while it was tough. Okay, now I'm fine. So
yeah, I mean, you just describing it to me like makes me feel overwhelmed. Like I struggle to manage just me, myself, and I. So
right. Anyways, so it came with like poor habits, and everyone's depressed, right? Like we should be like fine, but we just have like poor habits with each other because it's been such a fucking roller coaster. I'm lucky that we made space to work on these things. But if the things are attacking you all the time, you're not working on these things. You're stressed out with those things,
yeah. And it seems like, at least based off of what I can tell, it's like you've sort of intentionally designed your life to like lead your life a certain way so that you can like hopefully cultivate these good habits, and that like you put yourself in a type of environment that maybe plays to your strengths, or that minimizes these types of stressors, sort of like quote unquote, maybe leading a simple life. That's right, as they say.
Yeah, that's right. But I mean, doing things like this, I understand, is a complete luxury. Okay, no, it's a complete luxury. No. Discovering these ways to do things. Okay, I'm just, if you had the opportunity, wouldn't you?
No, I would. Yeah. Like, and it seems like you're also, from what I can tell, like pretty self-sufficient, or like it seems like you grow some of your own food or whatnot.
No, some of it. I'm getting there. I'm not fully there, but every year is more experiments to get there. Let's just put it that way.
Exactly. And so at the very least, it seems like you're on a path to at least maybe not full self-sufficiency, but greater independence.
Well, I would like to I'd like to preach I'd like to preach more decentralized, like local independence, honestly. But unless I'm like actually fucking doing it and making it work, all right.
It's hard to preach. I understand.
No. It's just, what do I know? I'm just some guy on the fucking internet. Okay, really.
Well,
Yeah.
I would say also like don't discount yourself too much. Like it
No.
seems like you're I don't it obviously and like the journey to get here wasn't stress free, and maybe if not filled with stress, but it seems like you've gotten to a place where there's a certain level of contentment, and that it seems like
No, contentment. No, contentment. No, I'm
that
still
satisfaction,
no. I'm still absolutely restless.
tolerability.
You know what? There's more of a sense of purpose.
Okay, I think
Yeah.
that counts for. I think
That's huge.
yeah.
It's huge. Actually, that's not true. There's always been a sense of purpose for me. There's always been a sense of purpose for me. Look, it was just my kids, right? And it's fucking cliche. It's fucking cliche, but I mean, I really fucking adore them to the moon and back. And
I hope so. Yeah.
and but that's it. But it's just like, but it's just like at some points, like things got really fucking fucked up and hard, and I'm just like, yeah, a sense of purpose keeps you not doing fucked up things.
Yeah, so I totally take
Yeah.
your point of like, it seems like you got to a point. It was like, seems like a sort of a sink or swim situation, and you swam. And which is great, and that's fantastic.
But anyways,
But it seems like, there are some people out there that, when
yeah,
under those circumstances, like,
luck doesn't happen.
yeah,
Where luck doesn't happen. Yeah, I know.
or they
Yeah,
don't
I
always
realize.
come from like the background that, allows them to swim in those situations, right? To
Right, no,
sort of like
absolutely.
step up, right? And so it's
No,
really
yeah, absolutely.
it's really difficult.
Yeah.
And it seems like, based off what you said about the Vyvanse and the ADHD medication, it seems like you don't really notice much, or it's like
No, I don't know. I am working a lot better. But it's basically because I'm
okay, because I do know like a couple of people, like, and it seems so I have never taken any sort of ADHD medication or anything like that, but I do, from people in my life, I get sort of mixed feedback of like some people, I get the similar feedback to you where it's like, I guess it's doing something, and I get the feedback of like this like changed my life for the better, of like this really allowed me, like, oh, this is what was holding me back from getting good grades in school, and like now I feel like,
yeah. I'm like, I feel weird about that one. It's like, what, the pills did the work for you? What?
yeah. And
Yeah.
there's obviously something interesting going on there, and we're obviously, at the end of the day, we are creatures of biology, and so like I can totally see how a pill can whatever increase your motivation, increase your desire to study and focus, but there are also times, but there's always something going on, because that doesn't happen for every single person that takes ADHD medication.
No, it doesn't. And actually, to be honest, it's still not that easy. It's still not easy to do those things, to not be distracted. Okay, like I'm on the things. I find one of the things it does do is I get more upset when I do get distracted.
Is you being upset driven by you being consciously aware that you shouldn't be distracted, or
No. It's more like I'm whatever. I make a living and I work on problems. Okay, and then when I'm distracted, when I don't
okay.
have sufficient buffer times between switching my focus, all right, my mind is still working on the problem I'm working on, all right, but I'm required to be elsewhere consciously.
Yeah.
Okay, and it irritates me.
Yeah, the phenomenon of task switching. I don't know
Yeah,
if it's
exactly.
experienced for you, but like, having one meeting end and then right afterwards, it's a totally another meeting, and it's on a totally different thing. And
Yeah,
now
that's
you have
right.
to-
I can do a lot of things, one things at a time, intensively. So But no, it doesn't mean I don't get things done. I get everything done fast and very well.
No,
but-
clearly you do. I mean,
Yeah.
it even looks like you've built yourself kind of like a professional, semi-professional, like whatever recording studio.
Yeah,
Like,
the spare parts. Yeah.
like that at least to me, I couldn't imagine myself doing that. And so
Okay. It's nothing. This is nothing.
well,
This is fun to do.
yeah, for all I know, it's just
This
like,
was bricolage. This was bricolage.
yeah, I don't know how structurally sound it is, but at the very least, like it looks good.
Fucking great, dude. Look at this. Look at this. All right. Yeah. So, anyways, I forget where to go with this. One of the things this makes me think of is yeah. No, I'm done. I'm done for tonight.
Are you
Corey
sure?
Campbell.
No, it's up to
that
you.
was 10 minutes. No. I just wanted to. I was gonna go to bed. I saw you in. I wanted to talk a bit about the fucking I don't know.
Well, okay. I mean, so well, you want to talk about like depression or the concept of like serotonin causing depression? How we cope? How do we?
Yeah. How do we? Oh, that's right. Is it capitalism, basically?
Well, I think this is my opinion, and I do have a little bit of evidence to back it up. I do think capitalism like plays a part, especially when it comes to the inequality that capitalism tends to like cultivate. And it seems like, we as human beings, we, from a psychological perspective, we don't really like inequality all that much. It seems, or at least we don't like perceived unfairness. Especially when it comes yeah, go ahead.
I think well, all right, perceived unfairness, maybe. I don't think perceived unfairness is such a problem if you aren't under constant stress or anxiety of something, if you have space to like process fucking life. All right, I think it's a lot easier to accept that some people might have more or less, and just like, where am I going to go with this? Okay, but we don't afford this luxury. We don't afford this luxury because it takes that much fucking focus and effort out of everyone's goddamn day to fucking just fucking cope in here.
Yeah.
And
I think a factor at play that I think is a little bit built into the system of capitalism, I think is important psychologically, is just agency. I think for the vast majority of people who are not in the
what do you mean by capitalism? Sorry, what do you mean by capitalism? Because I have a feeling I think I know what you mean, but also,
yeah, no,
because I don't want to get rid of private property, honestly. All right, and trade and commerce seems like a good way to solve some problems. So yeah, so that's it. So but what do you mean by capitalism?
Yeah, so and that's totally a valid question. For sure, and it's a good thing to clarify. I'm more referring to how capital, like, I'm not necessarily in favor of abolishing. Well, I mean, I can attempt to make the argument of abolishing private property, and like that's sort of one of my more radical far left positions. Okay. But I'm more referring to the kind of like American corporate capitalism and like free markets, and like sort of unchecked consumption, the capitalism that tends to lead to monopolies or monopsonies.
That's right. It's a system optimized for numbers and production. That ignores all other things, right?
Absolutely.
As if they weren't important, to the progress of humanity.
Yeah, as in like your guiding principle is just the profit motive. And that
profit, advance, more technology, but I mean like military technology, that kind of thing. When profits go up and stuff like that, but also mental health issues are on the rise.
Yeah,
and we're overheating the planet. Okay, and we got to learn to feed people because there's so many people because of all this fucking success capitalism brought for you. But there's a lot of people now, and what do we do with them?
Yeah. And I think it's super interesting and here's where at least I perceive sort of like the disconnect, because like what matters most, at least what do we talk about when it comes to like a thriving country? It seems to just boil down to like, well, what's that country's GDP? It's like, well, if your GDP is going up, like, well, amazing.
I hate GDP. I hate GDP as a measure of success.
And so I think we're on the same page there. But like, and there's been some interesting psychological studies of like, is GDP even like correlated with like well-being and like good outcomes for the people, at least good psychological outcomes. And like, actually, there's some decent research saying, why are we using this metric? At least when it comes to the psychological health of the people, the well-being. It doesn't seem like there's any connection between GDP and like how people feel in terms of their well-being. Do they actually feel like they're thriving? And so it's like, so why are we only using this metric? It seems like a poor metric because
that seems like that seems like a fucking billionaire metric for
exactly.
for what's good. Oh, good. Am I making money? This is fantastic.
Right. Exactly. Like what matters, like what I think is a slightly better metric, still not perfect, but like when we do sort of like the popular, like what are the happiest countries in the world? Like it's the Scandinavian ones, because like they seem to be less concerned, and we don't talk about GDP. No one says like, oh, like whatever, Finland's a failed state because their GDP is lower than much lower than the United States. But if their citizens,
but that's unfair to compare Finland to the United States. The scale of population and territory is not the same. All right, it's not the same. There's smaller unit. It's a smaller unit to manage. All right, with far less people. All right, and far less differing interests. So you can homogenize a lot of systems.
And culturally distinct, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. So you can homogenize a lot of systems, and that makes it easier to run, okay? But you can't homogenize a system like the United States, 300 million people, all right? You can't homogenize that.
And I take your point. I'm just more trying to like highlight the when people talk about American exceptionalism, like like largest economy in the world. Well, it's like, so what? Who cares if it's coming at least for me, for the place that I come from, who cares if you're the largest economy if you have like whatever, also the largest prison population, if you also have like the worst infant mortality in the developed world, or if you also have like one of the worst infant mortality, maternal mortality in the developed world, or if also like if you're a cystic fibrosis patient in the United States, you will live 10 years less than if you were a cystic fibrosis patient in Canada, etc., etc. Like but it's like, oh well, but GDP, great. Like, well, I think there's you can focus on that, but I think there's a lot of cost that you're incurring if the only thing that you care about is GDP.
One of the metrics in GDP bugs me is how much like financial products, insurance, and fucking it keeps taking more and more of the pie. I think it's the largest contributor to GDP now, right?
It wouldn't surprise me.
What is that fucking numbers moving around? Do you move around some fucking no, but seriously, fucking money transacting, okay, counts as fucking GDP. Oh, good. Did the country produce some fucking numbers? That's fucking fantastic. Like I get it's like people buying and selling houses and stuff, right? But I mean, when you buy and sell a house, the house was always there. It didn't get produced. All right, anyways, whatever. That's insane to me. And then how much financial products, fucking investments and stuff that's leveraged to the fucking wazoo, all right? It counts as fucking GDP, and you're telling me, oh, this means we're doing better.
Yeah.
Are you fucking nuts?
I agree. Yeah, I think we're on the same page there. And that really bothers me. Where it's like, well, it's almost like the United States, and I think Canada as well, because we tend to follow in their footsteps. It's like, well, we're just failing. Like, if our GDP isn't like increasing whatever quarter on quarter, whatever point X%, like we're just like we're going in the wrong direction. Well, maybe we can focus on like other things, and maybe better things.
No, exactly. But we yeah.
And that's why it's like, but it seems like that's all that, and especially what I would say, also going back to American exceptionalism, like they really like focus on the productivity, like, oh, we're just producing the most innovation. We're just
Right,
so
yeah.
innovative, all this great technology. But like these technologies, like hasn't solved something as simple as heart disease, which is not like a purely genetic condition. Like this is a lifestyle. Like
No, there's a lot of look, let's face it, there's a lot of our bodies breaking down because we're so stressed out. We have
yeah,
bad fucking hygiene. I mean, and by hygiene I mean like upkeep
sure,
habits.
yeah,
All right,
healthy habits, yeah.
no one's no yeah no one yeah no one's taking time to fucking reflect on their day. All right, they're too busy. All right, no one's using their body, okay, in a way that will keep it healthy. All right, because they're running around doing this and doing that, and then they're fucking tired and stuff. Okay, they should be. It would be better for them if they did. Okay, but they fucking don't because they're fucking overwhelmed. All right, and then you have bodies breaking down. You have people with weaker bodies, they get more fucking problems, and then you have to fucking deal with them. All right, we have bad. Yeah. Anyways, but these things like no one really ever focuses on because it's not like directly tied to fucking production or something. Or it's not or grades or money or whatever. It's anyways.
Well, yeah, and well, you're a fellow Canadian, and I'll use this example of like our healthcare system. Like it will pay. If I have a heart attack, it will pay for my hospitalization, my medications, maybe the ambulance trip, probably not. But like it'll spend the thousands of dollars. But I'm an avid gym goer. It's not gonna pay my whatever $20 per month gym membership.
Right. No, I mean, nor should it. I'm just saying that you don't have to pay money to be active. All right.
Yeah, but
plenty of people. No. But I mean, we just don't have it in we don't. Some people do. Okay, but a lot of people don't have it in their habits to be active.
Yeah, no, I know, and I don't blame them. As you said, like someone who's overwhelmed, I totally understand they don't have the time, or
exactly
the psychological.
No, I don't blame them. I don't blame them. I'm just saying
in terms of like
that we're wasting this potential.
I'm just saying like I make it a point, like I make sacrifices in my life to be physically active. And I even make sort of monetary sacrifices, in terms of like, I'm not going to take the job that will force me to work 60 hours because I want to devote like 10 hours, 12 hours per week going to the gym. And that's the thing. It's like, the healthcare system like will pay, like if I just happen to like, stop all physical activity, okay, and just start leading an unhealthy lifestyle, like it will pay for all the consequences of that.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
But it won't invest in me saying, hey, well, we see that you are an avid gym goer, but we're not going to like subsidize that in any way. And like, we're not even going to further encourage that habit. Like you should just be doing it for like the sake of, hopefully the rewards. Like,
I think hold on. I don't know. I think I think being healthy is also its own reward. I just think
I don't disagree, but that's clearly not convincing enough, and understandably not convincing enough to everyone, right? Like
okay, yeah, right. I'm not gonna try to coax people into starting to get in shape. It's good for you. You should do it, but you probably have other things going on right now.
No, but that's the thing. It's like I'm almost further incentivized to like eating unhealthier, being less physically active.
There you go. You know what? You could apply for government fit tests where they give you money for performing like once a quarter or something, or once a year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a way that can be designed of like it,
very good. Your VO2, you're like your VO2 max is at this.
Yeah,
that's gonna be very cheap for us in the future.
If there was like a government designed app that tracked whatever, some sort of health metric that I can like input, hey, I was this, or like my phone tracked my physical activity for the day, and the government is able to see that. I personally have no problem with that if I opt into that, saying, hey, if this results in them paying my gym membership, why would that not be a good thing? But because I'm trying, I do it, yes, for myself, but I also do it as like I see it as a responsibility.
They don't pay for your gym membership, but for reaching health milestones, all right, you could get paid the same amount as a gym membership and maybe a little extra, okay, if you're really into it,
Yeah. And yes, there are other intangible things. I'm just saying when it comes to like the incentives, like the way our society is structured. Like it's not actually structured to promote physical activity.
Right.
Like
You think that
it,
that's what we should do? Hold on. Sorry. I know this is a fucking meme now. All right. But you know, how about this? Canada proposes. Corey Campbell. All right. He's running for office in Canada. All right. This is what he proposes. All right. He's going to propose a big tax break for hitting health milestones. All right.
I think I think something can be designed like that. Or like I don't even see why like
You know what? Can you do a, I don't know, a 5 mile run or a 5 mile walk or something? You don't want to get on people's knees, you know, and stuff like. Anyways, so some low impact activity, okay, but that shows like a general fitness level. All right, maybe you know, you have you have a choice of activities to prove your fucking fitness level. All right, and 1 kilometer swim or something. Right, and then you get
in the St. Lawrence, no less.
Yeah, and under government supervision. It's like you go to the DMV, you know, but you got to do your fit test, right? And then if you pass the fit test in the year, you get like $10,000 deducted from your income on your income taxes, or something like that.
I don't see why I can't just be like, you know, something as simple as like I just show like, hey, I've paid for this gym membership for the past year. Can I just be reimbursed for that?
I feel like that would just bloat honestly, I feel like that would just bloat the gym membership market. Everyone would be getting their government funded gym membership. You know, like someone goes to your fucking gym and you have the people who are like fucking, they're going, right? Either way. So they know they're making their money. You charge them whatever the fuck you're going to charge them exactly what the government gives them.
Yeah, no. And here's where we're going to get to a place, okay? Yeah. We're going to get to a place where, you know, our bodies are integrated with our technology, right? Where it's like, you know, it'll be a given that my heart rate will be available on my phone. That, you know...
it's self-report. You could hack that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But no, we're going to get to a place where, you know, there's going to be some sort of implants available that where it's like, you're just going to be hooked up to a device. And like, yeah, you'll be able to like check my blood pressure, check my biomarkers or whatever.
Yeah. You get micro credits for every time you go do physical activity.
Yeah, like where it's like, you know, it will be like the technology will know that, hey, I just ran or I just increased my heart rate by like 100 beats per minute for 30 minutes by running on the treadmill.
Guy, I'm gonna get paid to have sex.
Yeah,
this is wonderful. This is wonderful.
I have no problem.
Every time I'm plugging my wife, I'm like, I'm doing it for the money.
Yeah, and you can see who's more active and then who gets the bigger paycheck from that.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm not necessarily like, you know, I'm all for privacy, but I think we have to also recognize like a cost we're paying for like upholding this principle of privacy at all costs, because like we're gonna get to
the government should pay me to have sex. I like it
consensually. Yeah,
I like it. Yeah,
for sure. Especially, you know, there's a birthing crisis. What better way to incentivize something like that?
Oh no, I'm done. I'm snipped. I have 4 kids. I'm done. It's all none of it's gonna be towards any kind of GDP creation. I promise you.
Yeah, no, fair enough. but for the other people, you know, the demographics of Canada will have to contend with, you know, especially Quebec.
That's right. We're low on people apparently.
And I think Quebec for sure.
We're low on people here apparently. Not making babies enough.
Yeah, exactly. And we're gonna have
not making enough babies.
We're gonna have to contend with that. And it's like, you know,
we're not making enough babies for all this production that we're doing.
Well,
guess what? Guess what? You know why we're not making babies? Because we're fucking overwhelmed. Nobody wants to have babies in this fucking climate. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. You want to make more babies for? I think that's the biggest tell. That's the biggest metric. Okay. There's more production than you can make babies. All right. You haven't reached equilibrium.
Yeah. So yeah, I agree with you. Of like. It seems like we're at the place of like, you know, having children is for the privileged few, the ones who can actually like literally afford it.
Yeah, exactly.
And like, you know,
and don't get me wrong, people stay poor because they're fucking kids, because they have fucking kids. But I mean, it's the difference. It's the difference between having 1 or 2 kids, okay, and 3, 4, and 5 kids. Really, for sure. Is how fucking stressful it is to fucking maintain your lifestyle.
And we're gonna have to, you know, contend. And here's where it's like, how are we going to incentivize that? Or like, how how are we going to redesign our system to, you know, the people that want to have kids? But it's like, well, me now, I would never bring a child into this world in my living situation in my small like studio apartment. Like that's torturous for me and the child. Like that.
No, everyone thinks that. Then oops, they have a kid and they find powers they never knew they had.
I don't know that I want to rely on like, well, maybe the kid is like, just for the sake, I will improve my standing and unlock the secret powers in me by having a kid.
Exactly.
If it doesn't work out, that like there's a life on the line.
This is you 8 years later. It's like, haha, this is not even my final form.
Yeah, that's a cruel joke at the expense of a child. I don't know that I have it in me. I know I don't have it in me to do that. And that's why it's like, you know, people want to, you know, have the confidence to, you know, have a child and raise a child, but clearly that confidence like isn't there. Where it's like I'm uncertain of my living situation. So why would I commit like having a child? Like there's some very real social consequences coming as a result of that down the pipeline.
All right, Corey Campbell, I'm gonna take off.
Always a pleasure
talking to you. Have a great night. Hello,
and
Corey's audience.
Thank you so much for the raid. Much appreciated. Apologize for the delay.
No, absolutely. I chased everyone away. Anyways, have a good night, man.
Take care. Be well.
Yeah.
That was cool. Impromptu chat. Always appreciated. But I should finish this article. 2 paragraphs left. But like, yeah, you know, I think we touched upon what I think are some pretty important things. And it seems like we're on the same page about GDP being a pretty silly metric. And that, you know, maybe we should focus on other things. And that, you know, there are very good reasons as to why, you know, people aren't having children, why people are either stressed, multiple factors, but I think they touched upon, you know, feelings of being overwhelmed, I think is totally a part of that. So it's like, you know, how do we solve? So, wrapping up this one. This study tried to answer the question, do depressed people have different levels of serotonin? And the author suggests the answer is no. However, a completely different question is whether the antidepressants work. Oh yeah, I read that. So it's like, yeah, pretty much what I mentioned earlier. And what Bob Marley sort of brought up when they asked the question, like, is this new research about depression? Do you think it'll change prescribing habits? And just as they say, and just as I said earlier, I don't think any real changes in prescribing habits will happen. Just because, like, it's a separate question. As in, sure, maybe what we knew about depression is wrong, but that doesn't change of what we know about what's effective in treating depression. Where it's like, you know, we have, from what we can tell, pretty solid evidence that at least for some depressed patients, SSRIs work and are effective at alleviating or managing their depression. Antidepressants were initially suggested to work by rectifying the serotonin abnormality that was thought to underpin depression. As our paper shows, there is no evidence of a serotonin abnormality in depression. This means that we do not actually understand what antidepressants are doing. We need to evaluate the pros and cons of antidepressant treatment in light of this. Furthermore, the research may impact how people view the use of antidepressants. People may come to view antidepressants more as part of a comprehensive approach to treatment rather than a fix. Professor Moncrief explained that many people have been told that their mood problems are due to a chemical imbalance and that they need antidepressants to put them right. This, she suggested, has probably contributed to the escalating use of antidepressants over the last 3 decades. People should be informed that this has not been established, so they can make more informed decisions about whether to use antidepressants. You watched that vid while I was away? No. Did you send a vid? Let me double check. You sent a vid. I don't know. Oh, this one. Sorry. Thought you put it in the Discord. I did not watch it. I'll bring it up now. Now that I'm done reading this article. Oh, probably just going to watch some YouTube videos for the rest. I've done quite a bit of reading. I will cover the COVID studies on my next stream. But let me just catch up with that. Oh, and I checked Catfish. Thank you so much for passing by. Much appreciated. More than capitalism, I think it's liberal democracy that's ruining us. I think that's also a factor at play as well. And yeah, Bill, if you're feeling convinced of everything that I said about the United States and Canada, like, come on up to Canada. You're more than welcome. There exist contradictory arguments for defenses of capitalism wherein homogeneity is easy to manage for success, while heterogeneity encourages competition, diversity, innovation, and success. I haven't been convinced we can't compare Japan to France. Yeah, that's fair. And I do think that there are some, so going back to the talk with Montreal Player, I do think that there are some aspects of, let's say, Finland that we can compare to the United States. Oh yeah, this. But before, I'm probably gonna end the stream on this video. There's a couple other videos that I wanted to watch. We're gonna go through playlist.
This episode is sponsored by Netflix and their
Why Working Hard is a Scam, which I haven't watched yet, but yeah, just to give my thoughts. I think this concept of, as they say, working hard, silly concept. Work is work, and you know, it seems like there's this gatekeeping of, you know, what constitutes work, or, you know, what is considered hard work. And I think that's pretty silly. Like, work is just work, and like what someone finds as hard work, that will be someone else's easy work. You know, for me, you know, going to the gym virtually every single day, that is hard work for some people, and yet I don't consider it hard work. I would never label someone as lazy. You know, if I tend to come from the space of, like, if someone's not putting effort towards something, there are probably good reasons for that. Multiple reasons. Oh, thank you so much, Oily Olive, for the sub. Super appreciated, super grateful, can't thank you enough. But like, yeah, the concept of, you know, people being lazy, I think is a silly concept. I think it's mostly, you know, if someone's not working towards something, they just haven't found what they're passionate about, or there's something about their circumstances that's holding them back. Multiple factors, that, you know, the concept of hard work, basically an illusion.
Their new movie, The Gray Man, which is out July 22nd. Does hard work matter? You've probably been told that if you just grind it out and put in the hours, no matter what your field, you can be successful. I mean, the 10,000 hour rule to become an expert at something has been touted for years. And many are convinced that dedicating yourself fully will yield results. But what if I told you that was all wrong? This idea was inspired by Sierra 6 from The Gray Man, the most skilled CIA operative in the world. So it got me wondering, how does somebody become the
Oh no, you did. It's right here. I'm saving this for the end of the stream. I just wanted to get through a couple of videos that I had in my playlist.
best at what they do, like being a top CIA agent? Is skill earned through hard work or natural talent? Or is there another factor at play? Let's start by looking at athletic ability. In sports research studies, scientists have taken groups of people and subjected them all to the exact same training regime to see what their results would look like. Now, even though they all did the exact same work, everybody saw different levels of improvement. But interestingly, individuals who were related by blood saw similar improvement, indicating that their genetics were playing a role in their athletic potential. If your parents or siblings saw amazing results, so would you. And these people were deemed high responders. After doing more statistical analysis, it's been estimated that around 50% of athletic improvement is linked to genetics. So good athletes are born with good trainable genes. But these studies also found that individuals had different baseline abilities too. Without any training, some people were just more fit than others. And this was found to be linked to genetics as well. In the case of cardio, these genes may have coded for larger volumes of blood, giving an early advantage. If we look at muscle growth, growth, we know that the size of your muscles is under pretty strict control of a protein called myostatin. As your muscle reaches its limit, myostatin prevents any further growth. But the thing is, some people naturally have lower myostatin levels, allowing them to achieve.
And there's some interesting medical conditions that result in, myostatin deficiency. And these people like just gain like crazy amount of muscle.
Achieve greater muscle growth. Belgian blue cattle actually have a deletion of the gene GDF8, which just so happens to create myostatin, and as a result, without any special diet or exercise, they have incredible muscle mass. They're absolutely jacked. Again, this highlights the hugely important role of genetics and how you can start with a high trainability for a skill, a high baseline, or both. Or none, in my case. Now, chances are that our best athletes have both a high baseline and a high trainability on
Oh yeah, totally. Coordination also a factor, 100%.
top of pushing themselves really hard to reach those potential limits. But there are probably just as many, if not more people, putting in the same amount of hard work that will never see the same extraordinary results. Now don't get me wrong, they can still improve and even become great, but their chance at being the best, much lower. But your potential for greatness goes far beyond just your body. Your circumstance can matter just as much. Take a look at these SAT scores for an average US college, which are out of 800, by the way. Those that have the highest SAT scores end up representing over 50% of the people who get degrees at these schools, while the lowest SAT scores only represent around 18% of people who actually graduate. Not so surprising. But now let's look at a top school like Harvard. Here, the students with the lowest SAT scores are still smarter than the best students at an average school. And yet, when we look at their rate of completion, it looks awfully similar. The top students represent just over 50% of people who graduate, while the lower SAT scores represent around 15% of people who actually graduate. This phenomenon is known as the big fish, little pond effect. Simply put, we compare ourselves not globally, but to our neighbors or people who are in the same boat as we are. As a result, students at top schools compare themselves to their brilliant peers, and if you're in the bottom half of your class, you're likely to have feelings of inadequacy, even though compared to the rest of the world, you are one of the most talented. We can even see this effect translated into real-world success or failure. A study looking at publications produced by economists in their first 6 years after graduation showed that the top students in the 99th percentile, i.e. smarter than almost every other person at the school, from the top 5 schools in America, were producing an impressive amount of publications. But those in the 75th percentile, still the top quarter of the best students, are publishing next to nothing. Essentially failures in their field. But if we now look at the best students from the 30 worst schools, we see that they're publishing more than those in the top quarter of the best schools in the country. Clearly, your surroundings and peers matter. So even when you put in the hard work, your circumstance and environment can dictate just how valuable all those hours are. Which brings us to the concept of time. Do super talented people put in more hours of practice or work? Nope. Well, at least not in the way you probably think. In particular, their developmental paths may seem surprising to you. If we look at this graph of practice time in athletes from childhood, you can see that elite athletes typically devote less time early on to deliberate practice in the activity that they will eventually become experts in. And this pattern holds true for most fields outside of sports too. How does this make sense at all? It turns out that people at the top of their game, whether that's an athlete, a musician, or even a scientist, are more likely to go through something called a sampling period when they're younger. Instead of being told to pick one topic and specializing in it, they often try a breadth of activities, whether that be multiple sports, instruments, or fields of science. It's only later on in life that they see a narrowing focus, increased structure, and an explosion of practice in one area. It's believed that this not only gives them a range of physical and mental proficiencies from the different fields that they can draw on, but it also allows them to explore and learn what their own abilities are and figure out what they like by trying different things. Studies on musicians show that sheer amount of practice is not a good indicator of exceptionality. In fact, the best students often come from less musically active families and are less likely to have an instrument at home. Those deemed as exceptional most often turn out to be the ones who distributed their efforts and explorations more evenly across multiple instruments, and only later in life focused on one. Even if we look at Nobel Prize winners, they're actually 22 times more likely to partake as an amateur actor, dancer, magician, or other type of performer. I would pay like a lot of money to see a Nobel laureate perform magic. Even nationally recognized scientists are much more likely to be musicians, painters, woodworkers, mechanics, or writers, etc. Having lots of experience to draw on from other fields, even if some of those fields are just for leisure, and not only specializing and zoning in on one thing, seems to provide a huge benefit. At the end of the day, what does this say about hard work? Well, it's certainly not the main factor to
I don't think that's the goal of this video.
extreme success, though of course it plays a role in every expert's path. But where and when that hard work comes into play is clearly not set in stone. And it's definitely not a direct correlation in skill acquisition research, except in really simple tasks that never change. This means, honestly, it's never too late to find something that you love and have a natural ability for and put a bunch of your effort into that. Of course, if you already are really good at something, it may also help having a little humility, knowing chances are you had a bit of luck with your genetics, your circumstance, and your exposure to many different things. Now, this video idea was inspired by Netflix's new movie, The Gray Man, which comes out on July 22nd on Netflix, and it follows
Well, I started watching this movie like yesterday, and like I fell asleep during it. I didn't end up finishing it, but it's not so far not that great. Who actually controls gas prices? I like this person.
Well.
Oops. Lower audio.
Well, gas prices are high again. That's right, the price of gas is higher than it used to be. And we all know the reason why. There's one man who gets to set the global price of gasoline, and that guy is the President of the United States. Thanks a lot, Mr. President. That's so insane. Hey, sorry about that guy. He's just
I think some people, hard work is different than mine. This guy's hard work is different than mine. Not talking about the best of the best. If I and parents didn't put into the work, I wouldn't be where I am today. I wouldn't be able to talk or pass through my learning disabilities. Yeah, I think I take your point. In terms of like, you know, what's sort of what I mentioned earlier. Like what's hard work for one person, might be easy work for another person. You know, I even see this. Like for me, you know, somewhat easy work, was like studying biology. Like during my undergraduate degree, like I didn't consider that hard work. It was like, oh, things just kind of like make sense to me. And like, yeah, I can commit things to memory. I can analyze some problems. But yet, of the students, some of the students that I teach, you know, once I graduated from my bachelor's and like started graduate school and started doing a little bit of teaching, like, you know, understandably, for many students or some students, like studying biology or biochemistry, like it requires like a substantial amount of effort. It requires for them what might be for them hard work, and like a greater amount of effort, as opposed to like for me, not that like I absolutely like coasted through my degree, but like I didn't find it overly challenging, or like super challenging. It was like, you know, this is challenging, but like it's manageable, and not super stressful.
mad about high gas prices and has a deep misunderstanding of what causes them to happen. And he's not alone. Whether it's the media blaming Obama,
No, he's been nothing but bad. Gasoline prices nearly doubling since President Obama took office.
or Trump,
Prepare to see some higher gas prices.
President Trump driving up the price on crude oil.
or just a bunch of grown-ass men who developed an interest in arts and crafts, it really seems like people have no idea how gas
And maybe even a more salient point, you know, for some people, like watching a movie like Magnolia, easy work for me. Some people, hard work, super hard work, almost like you know, a challenge that can't be overcome.
gas prices work.
This is all on Joe Biden.
Then it occurred to me that I didn't know how gas prices worked either until I took a literal class on it. So now I'm here to explain it so sticker guys and talking heads don't think the American president has some sort of Price is Right wheel in his office that he spins every morning to determine how much gas should cost. Hi, I'm Raleigh Williams, a sort of gas station Ryan Seacrest, and a climate science and policy master's degree recipient, and this is how gas prices work. Welcome to Climate Town. As you might expect, gasoline is not just some kind of mysterious juice that comes out of the end of an enchanted snake. It's a $1 trillion industry. There's some f***ing paperwork involved. In fact, there's a whole government agency called the Energy Information Administration that tracks exactly what contributes to the price of gasoline, and there's basically 4 factors. And not to spoil anything for you, but how much America's president wants gas to cost is not one of them. Let's give it a look-see, Family Feud style! In 4th place, contributing to about 14% of the price of gasoline, is distribution and marketing. This includes the price you pay to get gas from the refinery to the gas station, paying the people at the filling station, and advertising the incredible 1/10 of a cent discount you're getting on every gallon of gas. Fun fact, filling stations have one of the worst profit margins of any industry in the US, making an average profit of just 5 to 7 cents per gallon of gas. These guys don't make their money on gas. Gas is just to get people in the door where they can make their real profits selling Funyuns and Big Gulps. In 3rd place, with another 14% of the price of gas, is the cost of turning crude oil into sweet, sweet car juice, baby, which is fairly labor intensive and can also cost more depending on state regulations and corporate requirements. Again, the price of refining is fairly stable, so the only way to cut costs here is by appealing to the notoriously philanthropic nature of companies like ExxonMobil and BP and Shell. I'm being sarcastic. They love money. Those costs aren't coming down. In 2nd place, making up about 16% of the price of gasoline, are federal and state taxes and fees. That's the extra cost the federal and state government adds to gasoline to help pay for things like roads and bridges. And if you're thinking, hey, aren't America's roads and bridges absolutely falling apart? That might have something to do with the fact that the federal gas tax hasn't been raised since 1993. Now, state taxes are a contributing factor to variability across the US. California has higher gas prices because their state tax is one of the highest in the nation, plus they tack on some extra fees to try to account for the very real...
Well, you might have misstepped a bit by listening to fascists. Maybe.
...pollution that driving around creates. Which, seems like a good thing to try to account for. And not for nothing, but the federal gasoline tax in European countries like Germany, the UK, and France, just the tax, is $2.80 a gallon, which makes America's 18.4 cents a gallon, or even California's 51.1 cents a gallon, feel kinda low in comparison. So they're not what's causing spikes or dips for the pinch at the pump.
The pinch at the pump?
The pinch at the pump.
The pinch at the pumps.
And in 1st place, with a commanding 10-year average of 56% of the price of gasoline, is... oil, baby! That's right, we're talking Texas tea. I'm talking about that rock gravy, black gold, tank top and spank juice, pipeline piss, the old French Kevin, the old hot chocolate for cars. That's good though. Any way you slice it, the price of gasoline is basically just the global price of oil plus a handful of add-ons to get that oil to you. And if you're still not convinced, you skeptical son of a bitch, it's time to take a trip to Chart Town. Here we go. This is the price.
You hate the person in the video? I'm curious as to why. It's okay if you do. I'm just curious as to why, hate's a strong word.
Of crude oil, and this is the price of gasoline. And just for reference, here's a chart of the gas price versus tax, here's the gas price versus refinery costs, and here's the gas price versus distribution and marketing. Now, which one of these things looks like it's got the most impact on daily gas prices? So since price volatility of gasoline is almost exclusively due to price volatility of oil, maybe we should talk about how oil prices work. Now in America, we do drill and refine a lot of our own oil. But since every man, woman, and...
I'm a Canadian, so to me, every American's too American. So this is just baseline for me. Maybe it's just, maybe I should hate them, but just not registering.
Child drives around here.
Where were you going?
To the gas station.
How come?
Because I have reasons.
And underinvesting in public transportation is basically a national pastime, we're forced to import about half the oil we use from other countries. But you know what, I'm sure that's not a lot. Holy hell, that's 9 million barrels of oil per year? Wait, that's per month? Wait, that's per day? And please don't let that "wait, that's per blank" thing undermine your confidence in me. I actually wrote that into the script. I just wanted to emphasize that it's 9 million barrels of oil per day. And at 42 gallons a barrel, America imports 378 million gallons of oil from other.
Okay, fair enough. As in like too edgy, too all over the place. Too much of an attempt to be funny, I guess.
Countries every day, which to me seemed like a lot. So whenever a politician says they want America to be more energy independent,
Energy independent.
Energy independent. Energy independent.
and then they shoot down laws that promote electric vehicles or minimum fuel standards, it really makes me wonder whether they understand how American energy independence works. Because importing millions of barrels of oil from other countries every day doesn't feel real independent to me. Especially when those other countries have a lot to say about how global oil markets should work. And when I say other countries, I really mean the most powerful group of work friends on the planet, OPEC. This lighting is not gonna work. Okay, all the way back in 1960, a group of oil-rich countries, including Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Venezuela, and Saudi Arabia, got together and they formed OPEC. And if you thought the O stands for oil, you'd be wrong. I know, I thought that was a layup too. Probably oil producing, and then I don't know. But it's actually the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. And they got together and formed themselves into a literal cartel. And just a quick note about cartels here. We usually only hear about cartels in episodes of NCIS, and it's usually just because some NCIS writer is trying to get out by 5 that day, and they need a shorthand for a group of people who's gonna cut you in half hot dog style if you try to touch their cocaine. It's also got a sort of cast of the OC goes to Mexico filter like this. Oh man, where are we, Juarez? But seriously, a cartel is actually pretty similar to a monopoly. The difference is a monopoly is one entity that controls the sale of something, and a cartel is a group of entities that agrees to lower the supply or raise the price in order to control the sale of something. So by the early 1970s, OPEC countries had confiscated oil operations from the private companies running them, and giant government-run OPEC oil companies absolutely dominated the global supply of oil. And when I say dominated, I mean like LeBron James in high school basketball dominated.
Finally an opportunity to show the elevation, the windmill, the creativity, the extension.
See, in the oil game, there's this thing called reserves, which is an estimate of all the oil in the ground waiting to be drilled up. And as of 2018, OPEC countries were sitting on 79.4% of all the oil estimated to be in the ground. And that's actually pretty important, because even though America is currently drilling oil as fast as humanly possible, OPEC has a very deep bench. Oh, and one more thing. OPEC recently added a little country called Russia to the cartel. And OPEC, Russia, and a few other countries recently rebranded themselves as OPEC+. OPEC+ now holds the keys to 90% of all the world's proven oil reserves and 55% of the active oil supply on the global market. Now, 55% does not give you unfettered.
Well, I don't disagree with you. You know, I'm super, even though I'm not a teen and I'm way past a young adult, I'm super immature.
control over all things oil. But it does give you an incredible amount of leverage in the global oil supply. So while the United States might be the largest single country producer, OPEC Plus combines over 20 oil exporting countries, including Saudi Arabia, Iraq, and Russia, and the result is a cartel that truly has global oil by the balls. Russia, weird. I feel like Russia's been in the news lately. Did they have like a hockey team that rescued a bunch of Filipino kids from a cave? Or no. They invaded the sovereign nation of Ukraine, and also gas prices went way up, and I wonder if those two things are related. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. They super are. But just because OPEC controls 80% of the world's oil reserves does not mean they get to just name their price. Oil price is based on global supply versus demand. Demand tends to go up when things are good and people are driving and constructing buildings and doing sweet donuts in the parking lot. And demand tends to go down when things are bad, people are not constructing buildings, and carving a sweet donut in the local Barnes & Noble overflow lot is just for special occasions. Now, OPEC does not control demand, but they do get to mess with supply by determining how much oil OPEC countries allow into the market, which can seriously affect the price of oil. In fact, one time in 1973, OPEC was pissed at America. They didn't let America have any oil, and it caused a massive spike in prices, and cars lined up around the block to get gas.
No, they did not. No man ever
8 o'clock. We were supposed to pump at 8 o'clock.
It was pandemonium, and ask your parents, because apparently they freaked the absolute fuck out, okay? It was like the Red Scare and Y2K had a baby. And if you didn't understand any of that sentence, how do I put this? You're probably gonna be the one solving climate change, so thank you so much for your service, and we're sorry in advance.
And then after thank you for your service, and then go. And then
Yeah, and that's the cut, yeah. Anyway, OPEC and the other global oil producers, which includes private American companies, get to control the supply of oil. And based on global demand, a per barrel oil price is set. Now, it's not identical in every country all over the world, but since oil is a commodity that can be piped or shipped alarmingly quickly anywhere on the planet, it stays relatively consistent across the globe at any given time. Now remember, gas price volatility is basically just oil price volatility. And oil price volatility happens whenever there are disruptions in the global supply or demand of oil. For instance, when America invaded Iraq in 2003 and disrupted their ability to get oil, the price of gas went up in America. Global markets knew that a country at war might not be able to supply the same amount of oil, so people wanted to stock up on oil as a precaution, causing the demand to go up, causing the price to go up. And yes, this is a gross oversimplification of how it really works. It's really more of a series of feedback loops that put pressure on the system in different ways, as detailed by Donella Meadows in the book Thinking in Systems. Read it if you can. And speaking of a gross oversimplification of how things work, I now present the past 20-ish years of the global oil market. But first, we gotta take a trip back to Charttown, baby. Hot crackers! Oil prices are coming up fast in the early 2000s as instability in the Middle East and the invasion of Iraq reduces OPEC supply, and oh no! Here comes Hurricane Katrina absolutely ham-yammying the oil refineries in the Gulf Coast. Global supply goes down, and what's this? Global demand for oil is surging.
I mean, yeah, this style right here is, not my thing.
Due to the emerging markets in Asia, we've got ourselves a good old-fashioned price increase, friendos. More global tension from North Korean nuclear testing, Israel and Lebanon at war, and 1,000 other problems give oil markets the...
Yeah, I don't disagree with you here now, Oily Olive.
heebie-jeebies. They want to buy that oil. Demand spikes, and oil is $100 a barrel, $120 a barrel, $140 a barrel. Good Charlotte, that's an expensive barrel. And since every major form of transportation and construction is addicted to oil, every government, business, and individual in the world has no choice but to buy that oil at outrageous prices. Companies' budgets are stretched razor thin, and any little snap could force them into bankruptcy. But I think things are going to be just fine for the year 2008. Oh no! The U.S. housing market crashes, and a global recession tips business after business into bankruptcy. Demand for oil plummets, and oil prices crash to $32 a barrel. Things are terrible, but the world economy is clawing its way back, and demand increases. Then we've got the Arab Spring and the collapse of Libya taking millions of barrels of oil off the market. Supply goes down. You know what that means. The price of that good old French Kevin just went up. Oh, here comes Russia attacking Ukraine in 2014. Supply goes down, prices go up, but wait a minute, what's that sound? It's the fracking boom from the USA, and they're fracking the absolute molasses out of North Dakota and the Permian Basin, flooding the market with oil. But as supply goes up and prices go down, a bunch of those U.S. fracking companies go out of business because fracking isn't profitable and oil is under $60 a barrel. Talk about boom and bust, baby! Plus, it turns out there's a whole bunch of other problems with fracking, and now OPEC is playing chicken with U.S. fracking companies and also a million other factors, and oh my god, what a ride! But if I know my stuff, 2020 is going to be smooth sailing forever. And then knock knock, it's a global pandemic, and everything shuts down. People aren't flying. People aren't driving, construction projects stop, and the parking lot donut is placed on the critically endangered list. The world economy stalls, and for the first time ever, the supply and demand of oil was so utterly out of whack that the price of oil went negative for a day. But even though oil prices went back into the positive the next day, prices were still so crazy low for gasoline that some places were selling it for 85 cents a gallon. What is this, 1993? Seriously though, 2020 looked like bad news for oil companies, but they stopped drilling, they got over $10 billion in government bailouts, and one other thing, was it they used the money to keep their employees on the payroll. Oh no, I'm sorry, it was the opposite of that. They actually fired 100,000 employees. But don't worry, oil companies in 2020 had a better year than they did in 2016. So as 2021 rolled around and a shaky recovery started, oil companies had a choice. They could choose to invest that money in drilling, hire back the people they laid off, and increase supply, or they could not hire those people back, not drill, and restrict supply, forcing oil prices way up. And which one of those things do you think oil companies did? American oil companies did stock buybacks, executive bonuses, and purposely didn't rehire their workforce as a way to maximize profits. And of course they did. They're oil companies. This is almost too dumb to say, but oil companies like when oil prices are high. They sell oil for money. And since drilling operations slowed down as a result of the pandemic, they now get to enjoy massive oil profits as they slowly ramp drilling back up. And if you don't believe me, just ask oil companies.
Would Pioneer, in that scenario, potentially increase production to help make up any potential shortfall?
No, Pioneer will stay with our plan. We announced a CapEx plan. As I said, regardless of whether it's $150 oil, $200 oil, or $100 oil, we're not going to change our growth plans.
We will continue to prioritize free cash flow generation over the pursuit of volume growth. We have no intention of adding incremental barrels into the market.
So if the president phoned you up, Scott, and said, you know what, we need some more oil, what are you going to say to him?
I'll tell him we have a pact with it's all about the shareholders. Our shareholders own this company. They want a return of cash. We know
Weird stuff. And I mean, it's especially weird considering they'll say all that stuff and then they'll immediately run onto Fox News and straight up lie to whoever will listen in order to perpetuate this myth that Biden has some kind of magic button that controls oil prices.
And this is all because of the absolute war that the Joe Biden administration has begun to wage on the oil and gas industry.
We have no intention of adding incremental barrels into the market.
Biden's closure of pipelines because of shutting down leases and things like that.
We're not going to change our growth plans.
Eco-freaks and far-left anti-West academics are making him do whatever they want.
Because I have reasons.
Don't get me wrong. Biden is a real wet sandwich of a president, and there's a lot of stuff to attack him about, but oil prices are not one of them.
And then we go to cars with windmills in their back seats.
Just a bunch of rascals selling their tank top and spank juice. What could that guy possibly think we're talking about? Wow, I want to know. We should track him down. But you don't actually have to know what tank top and spank juice is to know that gas prices haven't really gone back down to pre-pandemic levels, and that's because the globe's oil suppliers are perfectly fine prioritizing short-term profit over actually increasing supply. Oh, they'll pretend that they're being held down by the man and all these regulations, but that's actually a lie. I made a whole video about this, and it turned out pretty good, so you should consider watching it. But the TLDR is that the big dogs like BP, Chevron, ExxonMobil, and Shell are posting record high profits, but spending record low amounts actually drilling and reinvesting in their company. Couple artificially low supply with supply chain issues and a double dose of inflation, and gas prices are just cruising up. And then Russia started threatening Ukraine. And even though they pinky promised that they weren't preparing for some kind of war, oil commodity markets kind of freaked out because it sure looked like they were preparing for some kind of war. They started buying up oil, meaning demand went up, meaning price went up, meaning gas prices shot through the roof. And it turned out, oh man, there was a second roof above that roof, and we discovered that when Russia actually invaded Ukraine, and gas prices shot through that roof as well. Global supply shrinks because, war, plus international sanctions against Russia, plus Russia retaliates by withholding exports, plus even more war-related supply problems. So unless you're watching this video in the distant future, that's pretty much where we are today. So the time has come. Who actually controls gas prices? Nobody! And also, kind of everybody at the same time. It's complicated, is the point that I'm making here. Look, I just blitzed through 20 years of oil history, and you might have noticed the entire world is addicted to oil. And the fact that 70+ countries export oil, and every country uses oil, means that no individual, no matter how powerful, can just sort of step in and change gas prices. Now, I'm not saying nobody can influence gas prices. OPEC Plus and the world's oil majors make their living trying to influence oil oil and gas prices. But for all the influence LeBron James has over a game of basketball, he doesn't get to actually choose who wins or loses. Remember, billions of people are using oil every day. So even though presidents and world leaders have some minor tools available to them, there's no guarantee what the result of those tools is gonna be. Pandemic bailouts were intended to keep gas prices down, but they resulted in record high profits for oil companies and record high gas prices. The invasion of Iraq was, at least according to our own generals,
to secure Iraq's oil fields.
But prices spiked anyway. The oil market is a complex system, and complex systems by their very nature are impossible to predict. But it's not hard to see how much oil companies benefit from the whole globe being completely addicted to fossil fuels. So the next time you pull up to the gas pump and prices are high, which, let's face it, it's probably right now, just ask yourself one question. Who actually benefits from high gas prices? Is it the companies that sell gas and make a big profit off high prices? Or just the most recent winner of the Tostitos US presidential election? Because as unfortunate as it is, global oil prices and gas prices by extension are almost completely governed by global demand plus whatever global suppliers think they can get away with. Which, as it turns out, is quite a lot. And the only way out of this rigged system is to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. The only way to do that is a complete all-system switch to electrification. And of course, before somebody jumps on to tell me that sometimes electricity is made using fossil fuels, I f***ing know that, okay? There's more than one problem with the world. I also think electricity should be made using renewable energy. And if you're interested in ways you can get involved, there are a whole bunch of links in the bio to groups focused on greening the power grid and general electrification. I highly encourage you to join some of these groups, but above all, just consider getting more educated about the climate crisis. Links in the bio, but this isn't a video about that. It was just a video about who controls gas prices, and I hope you came away with a conclusion that it's nobody because the system is too complicated. But it's not a system we should be involved in, so we should move away from it as soon as possible. And that is the end of the video. Thank you so much for watching Climate Town. I really appreciate it. If you like what you see and you want to support the channel, we have a Patreon page where you can donate like $5 a month, and it just helps us make these videos faster and better. We also just put out like this rap that was a parody of a different rap from like the 80s.
Well, I thought the video overall was pretty good. You know, I'll agree, Oily Olive, a couple of cringe moments, but I still like the challenge, the channel. So we're gonna end the stream on this video. Thanks, Oily Olive, for sending it. As always, sending good stuff.
4th of July, one of my favorite food holidays. Hot dogs, hamburgers, potato salad, turtle soup. Wait, what was that last one? Turtle soup, poached Atlantic salmon and egg sauce, green peas, and new potatoes in jackets. That is what tradition says Abigail Adams served to John Adams on that first 4th of July in 1776. It's bollocks, of course, because they weren't even in the same colony, let alone the same city, but, you know, somehow the tradition stuck, and for years afterwards, in New England, that's how people celebrated the 4th of July, with that meal. So while I have no desire at this juncture to make turtle soup, I am going to show you how to make the second course, the poached Atlantic salmon in egg sauce, using an 18th century recipe. Then we'll take a look at how, according to John Adams, we're all celebrating this holiday completely wrong. This time on Tasting History. So this dish has two parts. The salmon, basically the same in most of the 18th century recipes that I found, are very similar. But the egg sauce is quite a different story. I found several recipes, both American and English, but I figured since Abigail Adams was our second First Lady, we should go with the recipe from our first First Lady, Martha Washington. The Martha Washington Cookbook, a compendium of cookery and reliable recipes. Now, it wasn't actually published until 1892, but it's ostensibly based on recipes from the kitchens of Martha Washington. So for our intents and purposes, I think these recipes will work just fine. So once you hit that like button, I'll wait. We'll get right down to it. Egg sauce. Make a drawn butter. Chop 2 hard-boiled eggs quite fine, the white and the yolk separately, and stir it into the sauce before serving. This is used for boiled fish or vegetables. Drawn butter and eggs. How easy is that? Easiest recipe.
I mean, not the best video since I don't eat pretty much any seafood whatsoever.
recipe ever, right? Ah, I was naive. As soon as my eyes scanned up the page, it was like when Samuel L. Jackson's character tries to open Dennis Nedry's computer. Because just above the egg sauce is the recipe for the drawn butter that we're supposed to use, and it's a little more complicated than...
Oh, you missed like 2 minutes. Well, literally 2 minutes and 17 seconds. So not much.
Modern drawn butter. To make drawn butter, put a half pint of milk in a perfectly clean stew pan and set it over a moderate fire. Put into a pint bowl a heaping tablespoon of wheat flour, 1/4 pound of sweet butter, and a saltspoon of salt. Work these well with the back of a spoon, then pour into it, stirring it all the time, half a pint of boiling water. When it is smooth, stir it into the boiling milk. Let it simmer for 5 minutes or more, and it is done. Drawn butter made after this recipe will be found to be most excellent. It may be less rich by using less butter. Less butter, you say? Tut tut, my dear, tut tut. We do not use less butter on this show. So for the egg sauce, here are the ingredients you'll need. 2 hard-boiled eggs, 1 cup or 240 milliliters of whole milk, a heaping teaspoon of flour, 1 stick or 113 grams of softened butter, a half teaspoon of salt.
CFC Hearts, thank you so much for passing by. Much appreciated. And I don't believe there's any nutmeg in the recipe so far.
And 1 cup of boiling water. So add the milk to a small saucepan and then set it over medium heat so you don't scorch it. Then in a small bowl, add the flour, the butter, and the salt and mix together with the back of the spoon just like the recipe says. As things come together, slowly add the boiling water while continuing to stir. Once the mixture is nice and smooth, pour it into the simmering milk and let it simmer for about 5 minutes. Now, if you're not noticing the sauce thicken much, and it's not going to thicken a lot, but it should start to thicken a bit.
It seems like it's basically just fish with some, like, I don't know, butter, cream sauce, I guess.
That's a hard word.
I guess we'll find out.
To say over and over, thickening. Just add a little bit more flour in there, and that'll kind of get the process started. Now, as that thickens and simmers, let's take a look at why we are celebrating the 4th of July all wrong. Resolved that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be totally dissolved. Now that was the resolution that was introduced to the Second Continental Congress by Virginian Richard Henry Lee on June 7th, 1776. 4 days later, the Committee of Five, which was John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, Robert Livingston, and Roger Sherman, was established to draft what would become the Declaration of Independence. Now, if you have never seen or heard the musical 1776, get thee to wherever you can listen or see 1776, because it's such a fun show. And there is a great song in it where the Committee of Five meets together to decide who's going to do the bulk of the writing. And John Adams is the first to do it because it's kind of his baby, but
that is quite the wig or haircut.
He is disliked and obnoxious and seen as a know-it-all, so he's like, I'm not going to do it because then everyone will hate it because I did it. So he pesters all the others to do it, and they all have excuses. I had a baby just born, or I'm bad at grammar, yada yada yada. And finally, it lands in the lap of Thomas Jefferson, because in John Adams' own words, Jefferson had a happy talent for composition and singular felicity of expression. Don't you just love how people used to talk back then? I feel so dumb when I read old letters. Now, as famous as Thomas Jefferson's document would become, it was actually Richard Henry Lee's proposal that needed to be voted on and was passed on July 2nd by 12 of the 13 colonies, because even in 1776, New York just could not get it together. I love New York, used to live there, but we all know what I'm talking about. The next day, July 3rd, John Adams wrote to Abigail Adams because she was in a different city and colony, which is how we know that she didn't make a dinner the next night. And it said, "The 2nd day of July, 1776 will be the most memorable epoch in the history of America. I am apt to believe that it will be celebrated by succeeding
Oh, Smite, 1 second. Yeah, history.
Generations.
I was looking to raid into you once my stream was ending, but I guess you've ended your stream. But yeah, we touch upon some casual history, occasionally on my stream, food history to be specific.
As the Great Anniversary Festival, it ought to be commemorated as the
And
day
I hope you're doing well.
of deliverance by solemn acts of devotion to God Almighty. It ought to be solemnized with pomp and parade, with shows, games, sports, guns, bells, bonfires, and illuminations from one end of this continent to the other, from this time forward, forevermore. Rousing, but what a weird way to write to your wife. Kind of impersonal. I can see why people maybe didn't like him. He was always on. Anyway, Adams was pretty spot on when he described how the holiday would be celebrated in the future, but he got one key detail wrong.
I'm glad to hear you're doing better than yesterday. We all have our days and moments, myself included. Me, I'm doing, all things considered, not the best, not the worst. As I shared earlier in the stream, I'm kind of like dealing with a foot infection that's like very stubborn, that doesn't seem to like want to go away, and it's kind of like holding me back from working out my lower body, and just like feeling like my usual self.
The date, because even though it was passed on July 2nd, it took 2 more days of arguing for people to decide on the wording of the Declaration of Independence.
I mean, it is like it's so strange. At least it's strange to me, because it's like it's just a minor infection, but it's just like holding me back from like all this stuff, holding me back from running, and I love running. It's holding me back from like doing squats or like working out my lower body, and there's only so much I can do at the gym when I can only use half of my body. I'm trying to be creative, and like I rely on running, for a little bit of psychological health. The runner's high like helps me. It also helps me with my energy levels, and maintaining like some semblance of sanity, whatever sanity I have left. Running helps me cling on to it. And so like yeah, just as a result of like this like minor foot infection, like my life is upside down. Yeah, and I can't even do that. Like pretty much like just about anything that might result in friction or like excessive pressure on my right foot is basically like out of the question. Yeah, no, you are exactly right. Like in many ways, I guess I'm somewhat fortunate that I'm working on my handstands. I'm pretty close. So, once I'm fully able to commit to handstands, I might just be walking on my hands instead.
Which was the public message. And even then, they actually didn't get around to signing the thing until a month later, and even then, it trickled in, like it happened over the period of 4 months. So the next year, on July 4th, 1777, the city of Philadelphia held the first annual commemoration of independence, irking John Adams to no end. The following year, General Washington celebrated the holiday by giving his troops double rations and a 13-gun salute. And in 1781, the state of Massachusetts, John Adams' own home state, was the first to declare July 4th a state holiday. That has got to hurt. And it's said that for the rest of his life, whenever John Adams was invited to a celebration of the 4th of July, ever the bitter Betty, he would decline. Now the real nail in the coffin, so to speak, happened in 1826, when at the age of 90, John Adams died on the 4th of July. His last words were, "Thomas Jefferson still survives." He didn't know that 5 hours earlier, Thomas Jefferson had also died. True patriots. And speaking of words that sound like patriots, I just started a Patreon. That was a terrible segue, and I apologize to Washington, Jefferson, link below to my thing. Go ahead and chop your hard-boiled eggs into small pieces and then toss them in the pot. Give everything another minute or so to thicken up, and then take it off the heat or turn the heat.
Well, what I will say, actually, is that, I'm technically vegetarian. I strive to be vegan, okay? And I'm hoping sooner rather than later. But, and I generally don't consume eggs or eat eggs. But like deviled eggs, like you got to keep that stuff away from me. I will consume those to like no end, and then feel super guilty afterwards, because I know that I shouldn't.
Heat to incredibly low while you cook your salmon. Really, the best thing would be to synchronize everything so it's all done at the same time, but it's kind of hard, and frankly, I only have one camera.
Yeah, they are good. And like one of my aunts, like I don't know what they do to them, but the deviled eggs that they make, just I don't know, like they just resonate with my taste buds, and I just like go to town. And so it's like I gotta steer clear. And like when I go fully vegan, which is in my plan to do that, like I will have to exercise willpower in the presence of deviled eggs. And well, we'll find out. I'm hoping that's not the case, revered simp. That's basically, as of right now, just about the only thing that keeps me from going fully vegan. I don't drink milk. I don't eat yogurt. I don't buy eggs. I just consume a little bit of cheese. Now and then.
So I can't do more than one thing at the same time. Now, in the same Martha Washington cookbook, there is a recipe for boiled salmon.
And I don't think soy, I mean, maybe somewhere soy deviled eggs exist. But I, not to be pessimistic, but I'm pretty confident that they will taste nothing like the actual, or nowhere close to it. And yeah, vegan cheese is totally an option. And every once in a while, I go for the vegan cheese. But I have yet, at least to my satisfaction, not that I should be searching for a perfect substitute or have that expectation. But like Parmesan cheese, like there doesn't seem to be, for me, a satisfactory good substitute, vegan substitute for Parmesan cheese. I don't even know what that is. I'm not even sure how to pronounce it. Manchego? I'm gonna have to Google that.
Which, due to the rather limited culinary lexicon of the 18th century, we will consider the same as poached salmon, and you'll see why. Boiled salmon. The middle slice of salmon is the best. Sew it up neatly in a mosquito net bag.
It's a cheese. Got it.
And boil 1/4 of an hour to the pound in hot salted water. When done, unwrap with care and lay upon a hot dish, taking care not to break it. Garnish with parsley and sliced eggs. So now you can tell that the word boil probably means something closer to poaching or simmering, because if you, even a pound of salmon, if you boil that for 15 minutes...
It looks like a good cheese. It looks similar to Parmesan. I don't know how it is taste-wise. Although I will say, generally speaking, goat cheeses, usually not a fan of. But I'm open-minded.
It's going to be so tough and gross, and George Washington had false teeth, and I don't think he could bite into that. Now, another interesting thing about this recipe is that it says to use a mosquito net bag. I don't exactly know why. I mean, I've heard of wrapping salmon and cooking it in either aluminum foil or parchment, but never a porous bag. But I wanted to give it a shot, so I actually got one of these little bags that's actually made for making almond milk. I'll put a link in the description, because one, all the mosquito netting that I could find was like enough to cover a bed, and two, it was all made of like polyurethane and stuff, and I was worried I was going to poison myself. So these are made out of cotton, which I think is safe, hopefully, fingers crossed. So for this salmon recipe, all you need is some salmon. I'm going to do 2 pieces because I want to try one with the bag and one without.
I think I've like eaten salmon like once ever in my life, maybe twice.
And then water with salt in it. So mix.
I pretty much like don't eat any seafood and have pretty much never eaten seafood. I've never tried lobster, never tried really shrimp, octopus, crab, never touched my mouth.
Mix the salt into the water and place it on low heat until you get the barest of simmers. You want this to be about 175 to 180 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about 80 degrees Celsius.
Well, how you're describing it sounds great, and if it's similar to Pecorino Romano, then I will probably like it. And that means I should probably steer clear of it if I want to, go towards the veganism.
It's really important to keep it kind of in this range, otherwise you're gonna overcook your salmon. I'm just telling you right now. So a great way to be able to tell this is, one, don't let it boil, because then you've obviously gone over the amount. And two, if you've got a candy thermometer, this is a great time to use it. So if you're going to use a bag like the recipe suggests, slip the fish into the bag now and put it into the water. Now the length of time that the fish is going to spend in the water is going to depend on the size of the fillet. The recipe says 15 minutes to the pound. My fish was not a pound. I'm just one person, so I don't need that much salmon. But you can tell when the fish is done if you take it out and you stick the tip of a knife in and pull it out. If the tip is warm, it's done. If the tip is cold, put it back in the water. Then as soon as your salmon is done, take it out, put it on a warm plate, and pour your egg sauce over the top. Then add a touch of parsley for a bit of sophistication, and if you have a founding father around, now is the time to serve it to him. If you don't, then you get to eat it yourself. Lucky you. So here is our poached salmon with egg sauce. Now I'm going to take a bite of each of the salmon because I want to see.
Not gonna lie, it does not look appetizing to me at all. I find seafood pretty disgusting. Always.
Did that bag do anything, or is it just nice to be able to help take it out of the water? So this is the first salmon in the bag. Get some sauce and some egg on there. It is soft and flaky and wonderful. The salmon is wonderful, and then the sauce, it reminds me of hollandaise, but much lighter. Not as creamy, but it has that it has a little bit of that flavor. I do think, and maybe in the future they figured this out, a little spice of some sort might help, or an herb like tarragon or chervil or something. Parsley, and this is Italian parsley that I use, but parsley doesn't give much of a flavor to me. Now here is the second salmon that was done without the bag. Interesting. The flavor is pretty much the same, but it's a little more well done. And I was very, very careful to watch the temperatures, so maybe the bag actually did something. Maybe not. I don't know. Either way, it's delicious, and definitely a meal fit for a founding father. Now, after your salmon, you're gonna probably want some dessert, so might I suggest 18th century everlasting syllabub. I will put a video, or it'll be down here in the corner. It'll just come up as the next video. So I'll see you over there, or I'll see you next time.
Awesome. Always good. Thank you, Oily Olive, for as usual, sending good content. Even though I don't eat fish, I can still appreciate the video. More like a cooking fail stream. It's like the cooking that I do can't really even be classified as cooking. First of all, any real cooking that I do involves my Instant Pot, which largely just includes dumping in a bunch of rice and some vegetables and setting the timer. And I also my cooking also involves a lot of smoothies and juices. So you're gonna watch me dump a bunch of things into a blender, blend it up, and drink it. My typical smoothie is some spinach, some blueberries, and these little frozen juice cubes or smoothie cubes that I buy that have like some kale and a bunch of other stuffs. Add some strawberries, raspberries, a little bit of mango, and then some chia seeds, a little bit of honey for some sweetness, and then I add a little bit of orange juice, blend it up till it's nice and drinkable at least, not too thick, not too watery, and then that's it. That's a meal for me. And it's a big smoothie. It's like at least half a liter, if not like a full liter of smoothie. I didn't start cooking until I hit 30 and couldn't keep living off. Yeah, no, and that's why I keep things, at least for me, simple. I also have a certain digestive system that needs to be, that has to be accommodated. And cooking is a time investment, and also I have to be there's only so much I can cook that is sort of compatible with my unique digestive system. Even though again I'm vegetarian and I strive to be vegan, I can't cook a lot of lentils just because I can't eat a lot of lentils. I can't cook a lot of beans because I can't eat a lot of beans. I can cook a lot of quinoa, and I can eat a moderate amount. And that's why I very often just resort to smoothies, and rice, and some vegetables, and the occasional pasta dish. And the Instant Pot does make great pasta, for sure. Ketchup white by you. I'm not sure what you mean by that. You're asking whether it's largely consumed by Caucasians? Probably. I didn't watch it yet, but ketchup apparently original white. Oh, dyed food. I see. Like the actual color white. I don't know the history of the coloration of ketchup. But I can buy both that it's the color white and it's condiment largely consumed by Caucasian people. Yeah, and cooking is just a workout regime for your food, 100%. And hopefully whenever I have access to a much greater kitchen, an actual full kitchen. Right now I have a pretty tiny kitchen. I'm not opposed to doing a cooking stream, but also to actually really learn how to cook. Really learning the skills. Right now, I have the most basic of cooking skills. I can fry an egg. I can roast some vegetables. I can boil water to make pasta. Basically the most elementary of skills. But I hope to at least one day expand those, something a little bit more sophisticated. So with that, let's see if we can find someone to raid into. I think we're going to raid into, I think Boy Meets Mini is streaming. Yes, they are. I think we're going to raid into them. But yeah, with that, I want to thank everyone that passed by. Revered Simp, always a pleasure. Thank you so much. And Oily Olive, always a pleasure as well. And super grateful for your support, and for sending the great content, and the sub, much appreciated. And thank you so much for Bill, Bob Marley, CFC Hearts, Smite Knight, always grateful. Louis 13, I'm gonna miss a bunch of people. I checked Catfish, Tegma TV, thank you. Thank you Montreal Player for the raid and the conversation, much appreciated. And the new follows. North Countryman, thank you for the follow. EOD 696, thank you for the follow. Cis White Male, thank you for the follow. And Durianus, thank you for the follow. Super appreciated. Yeah, absolutely. I didn't include everybody, but I do the best that I can. And it's, it might get to a point where I just won't be able to thank everyone as much as I would want to. I plan to stream next, at the very least on Sunday. I have research that I planned to go over this stream that I didn't get to. So I'm gonna save that for the next stream. You know, there's this research here going over the origins of the pandemic, or covering some research about the origins of COVID-19, and how, you know, maybe they might have the early origins are in a seafood wholesale market. And there's other research, again, covering what might be the origins of COVID-19. So I'm going to save those for next stream that, yeah, at the very least will take place on Sunday, but I might stream earlier than that, maybe on Saturday, if I get called to a panel, maybe, or maybe a Friday stream. And yeah, I totally have in real life science friends. Many of my colleagues are scientists, personal friends, colleagues, technically co-workers. I definitely have, I know quite a few in real life science people. That, I'd have to like make sure that they're comfortable with it. That might not be the easiest thing. Not everyone, you know, comfortable being streamed, like on camera. Especially scientists. Scientists are probably pretty camera shy. But yeah, we're gonna raid out to Boy Meets Mini. Thank you everyone again, super appreciated. And again, at the very least, I plan to stream next on Sunday, hopefully earlier than that. Give Boy Meets Mini a follow. They're a fellow streamer, lefty streamer, but they also do a lot of racing streams, and they are way more skilled than me at racing. So give them a follow, give them support, and until next time, take care and be well.